I'd like to call the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for June 19th, 2007 to order. Will you all please stand and join me in the pledge to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The first item to deal with is not on your agenda, and that's why we're going to deal with it. There's an urgency request to put an addendum for a closed session with regard to labor negotiator on the agenda today, which requires a 4/5 vote. There's 4 of us here, isn't that convenient? Of the board in order to place this on the agenda. And so can I have a motion or not?
So moved, Mr. Chair. I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. The issue is this is going to be on today's agenda. It will be a closed session, however. This conference with labor negotiator under Government Code Section 54957.6, Assistant CAO, HR Director, Calaveras County Deputy Sheriff's Association for board action. In addition,
does that mean we have to go through lunch again?
It means you don't get lunch hour today, Russ.
Okay. I think I may want to reconsider my vote.
There's a lot of that going on lately, I'll tell you that. There are also other addendums to today's agenda at 10:30 a.m. Item 19A, discussion and possible action regarding a minute order approving the decision of the sheriff to recommend the board sign an agreement with the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to partner together to resolve jail and prison overcrowding and the development of reentry facilities. Item 19B will be discussion and possible action regarding a resolution approving amendment number 3 to the contract with Mead and Hunt Incorporated in the amount of $47,000 for additional work on the Calaveras Airport hangar taxiway and approving a budget adjustment in conjunction therewith. Item 19C will be discussion and possible action regarding a minute order for contract award with Moss Levy Hartzheim for the annual audit services for fiscal years 2008, 2009, and 2010 as recommended by Calaveras County Grand Jury. And finally, 19D, discussion and possible action regarding a minute order authorizing the county administrative officer to sign a grant offer from the Federal Aviation Administration for federal funding in the amount of $800,080 for an airport improvement program at the Calaveras County Airport. In addition, results of closed sessions held at the meeting of June 12, 2007, a closed session conference with labor negotiator under Government Code Section 54956.8 was held with Assistant CAO, HR Director, and Calaveras County Sheriff's Association with no action taken. A closed session conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 was held for APNs. Well, there's 3 different APNs here. Agency negotiator, county administrative office, negotiating party for Mountain Ranch properties, under negotiation, instruction to negotiator regarding potential purchase price, financing options with no action taken. An addendum closed session conference with legal counsel was held deciding whether or not a basis exists for anticipated litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9B2 with no action taken. An urgency closed session was held, public employment, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 with no action taken. We could have had lunch. No action taken. Whew. Okay, back to our agenda. We'll move along to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at any one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. Does any board member wish to remove an item?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull item 10, please.
Very well. Any others? I want staff. Any member of the public wish to pull an item from the consent agenda?
Item 4.
Okay. Okay, we will start with, first we need to entertain a motion to accept the rest of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries on the 4-0. Now we'll go back to item number 4. Start there. It's a resolution authorizing execution of subdivision agreement and approving final map for Olive Orchard Estates. If you would just come up and identify yourself and sign in for the record, please.
My name is Ron Parks, live in Rancho. You want the whole address down?
No, just sign in.
Just sign it? Yes.
Thanks.
Go. Ready?
Yes.
Okay, am I ready? To start with, I guess you're going to approve or disapprove of this subdivision. I guess probably everything's been said and done about this by now. But I just got a set of maps a month ago or something. And I just had some questions. Are we talking about the same set of maps? The maps I got here is December 2006. Are we talking about, or maybe are the new maps, has it been upgraded? Has it been
Actually, I can't answer that, Ron. I don't know.
See, I don't know. I'm addressing December 06 maps.
We conditionally approved the tract number 2003-157 on December 20th, 2004. And then this was subsequently, let's see, when was the last action on this bill? I misread that.
Well, I don't know. We've got, this is for the road improvement bond has been posted, and pretty much I believe the developer has received his permits from the Corps of Engineers. Normally, if there's a change, they go right back to the beginning, so I'd have to say that what was approved then is what you have there, Ron. To be my...
Well, this has been changed a number of times.
Yes.
And it's been a drastic change this last time. But from this plan here to the original plan is completely different. So, like I say, what are we talking about? I can only really address, I'm only addressing this, what I see is unusual. The first plans I've seen, they look reasonable.
You mean back in 2003?
Yeah, I guess it was 2004, I think.
2004.
And
right. There have been some modifications to that.
well, it's been a lot because this is definitely not typical of subdivisions. The normal subdivision, those properties or the parcels in this case, go down to the road, butt up against the road, and the roads are separate, the easements. But this one here takes in the road, so your personal, the parcels themselves are part of the road, or the road is part of the parcels. So you have these public roads that meander throughout the subdivision, and there's no width standard. This kind of could be 50 foot wide, it could be 100, it could be whatever. But it's a right of way. There's 250 acres in this whole thing. They made it 47 parcels to match that whole 250 acres. So they haven't wasted a piece of ground. But anyway, what I was really concerned with is who's liable for these? Who's going to be liable for these roads? These inner roads, you might say.
Okay.
Because they are public.
I'm going to ask our Director of Public Works to address that, Mr. Rob Houghton. The question was, who's going to be responsible to maintain the roads in this subdivision, Rob, and how that will occur?
The roads within the subdivision are private roads maintained by the homeowners association, and so they would hold the liability for both maintenance and any issues associated with the road.
And there's a mechanism set up to guarantee or to ensure that that will be funded.
Exactly. The only exception to that is that Olive Orchard Road itself splits the subdivision essentially. That is a county-maintained road, will remain within the county-maintained system, and the county is responsible for that. But that's just Olive Orchard Road.
And part of this agreement is for the developer to improve Olive Orchard.
Correct.
Yeah. And he's posted his bond.
Correct.
Okay. I don't know if that answers your question, Ron, or not.
Well, I was getting to the Olive Orchard Road. That's what it's really, and the liability of it. So, because there's 3 lots on Olive Orchard Road that do not butt up to the road, they go across. So there's 3 parcels, 5 acres, but probably a third of that is highway. So it looks like, well, it's private property, it will be, when it's sold. And so, but like I say, the highway goes right through. So where's the, who takes care of liability on that? I guess.
Well, the public road.
The state or?
No,
the county, I mean?
on Olive Orchard Road, which is a county-maintained road,
Right, right.
the developer has to improve that. He's posted a bond for the improvement for $1,044,735, which represents 75% of the estimated cost. So he's already posted a bond. He has to improve that road. The plans for that, I don't.
Well, he has, it has been improved. The roads look pretty good out there. But well, I'm just wondering about the people that are going to buy in 5 acres on that. I mean, I guess buyer beware, but that's pretty much what it's got down to. And like I say, in the future, I would hate to see all these developers or developments laid out this way, because like I say, the typical development and their original map for Olive Orchard was the properties went to the road, and the road was whatever it was, 50 foot wide, and meandered through and they usually, all these Rancho, Linklaters, they all go to the road. Now this is setting up, I don't know, hope it doesn't set a precedent where all the future subdivisions will be, the developer will be allowed, what it is, it's like squeezing more lots into a piece of land, and that's what this is. I feel this is done this way to get their maximum 5 acre.
It probably is.
And it's just, there's something, it's just not typical. I just hate to see, we're going to have a growth pattern problem anyway, sometime, but some of these big developments are going to make a big difference.
Well, you're right, and you have your points have merit and value. As you may know or may not know, recently, it's only been, I think, within the past year, the road ordinance has been modified so that the county policy is now that all these private roads must be built to county-maintained standards and offered for dedication, but also for development. In their application or in their approval criteria, the developers have to have in place a maintenance agreement that will assure collection of the money and maintenance of the roads and to county-maintained standards. And that wasn't there before, so we're taking steps to try to eliminate or at least limit the sort of problem that you're concerned about. Your concerns are valid, but that's the steps that the...
I just think, just like buyer beware. If I wouldn't, myself personally, if I was interested in buying some of the lots, I definitely wouldn't, because for some of the roads, they go right across the middle of their properties.
Pardon me, the roads do what?
There's some of these roads that go right through the middle of some of these 5 acre parcels. And, there's not 5 acres, there's always room to build a home. But here's this road out there. And it's public, well, you said private. from the map here, it says public. So,
Yeah, well, they allow public access, but they're
Yeah,
not
right,
publicly,
right.
they're open to the public, but public funds don't maintain them, is what he means by private, so,
oh,
yeah.
I thought they would be private.
Yeah, they are. And then they have a homeowners association that collects the money to maintain them, and that is in place before they get approval. But a lot of the roads in Calaveras County that are private still allow public access, and I believe that's the case for this.
Now, and I took it that all inner roads, that's what it says here, all inner roads, which Olive Orchard Road would be one of the inner roads, is in the same class, would be private. Phil, Public Works, he said it, but reading this here kind of, but all inner roads are, in this case it says public.
Well, they're open to the public. The only actually,
Yeah, right.
right, the only road that is actually publicly maintained is Olive Orchard Road. That is a public road that is public maintained by the Calaveras County
Right.
in their maintained system. But the rest of them are privately maintained, but they're open to the public.
So, okay. So I don't know if you really know what I'm talking about. You'd have to be sitting down with these maps and look at what I'm saying. But maybe you've seen them, maybe you haven't.
Well, I have, but I don't have them committed to memory, to be honest with you.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
And all I can tell you is that the Planning Department and Public Works Department has approved them, and what we're trying to approve here today is just the finality of the agreement that they've already had public comment and approval of, and
But
we're...
you're still not sure what maps you are approving. So
Mr. Chairman?
This one is gathered.
Go ahead, Russ.
Mr. Houghton, Mr. Parks is suggesting that on these 5-acre parcels that they're configured in a way that a portion of the 5-acre parcel is on one side of the road and another portion of the 5-acre parcel is on the other side of the road. I find that is would be very peculiar. Can you address that issue?
I'd have to study the maps to verify that that's completely not the case. But typically, and as the ones that I can look at here show that parcels go to the center line of the road, and there's an easement granted for most of those. And I'd be happy to review the maps with Mr. Parks in my office and go over this in detail and verify that. But this subdivision was approved several years ago by the board, and at this point in time, we're really going through a ministerial process to basically show that it conforms to the TSTM that was approved several years ago. It clearly conforms to the TSTM, and we have, actually very little discretion at this point, other than to make sure that it conforms to the TSTM and to have the bonds in place for the completion of any outstanding conditions. And that's really what the board is approving today.
And TSDM would be?
The tentative map that was submitted that actually created the parcels.
Okay.
And that was the original that was passed by the board in 2004.
Yes.
The whole thing is,
Well, and that's,
And he's
I am
completed,
interested in,
what's somewhat confusing maybe is that there's the tentative map that was filed that creates the parcels and the final map that we're approving today. There are also a series of improvement plans that were completed in the interim that have much more detailed information about grading, road alignment details. That may be what he's referring to.
and I'm not sure whether this is being raised, but is there a substantial difference between what was approved by the board and what we're dealing with today? And if so, what was the process by which that occurred?
No, it's our responsibility to vet that process and verify that the final configuration conforms to the tentative map that was approved back in 2004. There was a substantial change made subsequent to that, but that was vetted through our process, went through the Planning Commission to revise that map, and I think Mr. Selman could talk about that more specifically than I could, that basically acknowledged that change and accepted it as being consistent with local planning requirements.
Okay, that answers my
So today, we're just confirming the acceptance of this subdivision. I find it strange as well that a road would go through a 5-acre parcel. Is that what you're?
Bill, why don't you call Bruce up? Bruce is a surveyor, and he should be
Okay.
able to.
Consistently.
Bruce, could you please come up and, Mr. Bruce Childs, the county surveyor.
I'd have to look at the maps. They're in your packet, I believe.
No, they're
My
not.
packet.
Well, they should have been.
They're not.
If I can kind of cut through this, Bruce, would you mind having Mr. Parks just unroll that thing, put his finger on the parcel that is he's suggesting crosses the road, and give us a thumbs up or thumbs down?
Yeah.
I'm talking about eight, particular 5 acre, I'm talking about the whole thing. We're not talking about one.
Well, it shouldn't take.
Change. Now we'll go the sheet that shows the whole thing. And here's a 2004, which would probably sounds like that if you're one of the things you're going by. And this whole thing is completely different as far as what I gathered is they didn't have to make your 47 acres.
I think
47 parcels.
Mr. Childs has looked at that. Do you have any comments?
A tentative approval is just that, it's tentative. And through the process of development, quite often you run into different situations where a line has to be tweaked or a road has to be moved to accommodate the real world out there. And substantial compliance basically dictates that the roads be adequate to serve the parcels that are there and that the parcels work. And that's basically what they've done here. They've moved a couple of roads around and of course shifted the parcels with them. The roads aren't going through the parcels butt up against it.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay, let me interrupt you for a minute, Ron. I'd like to trailer this item to later today and give Mr. Parks an opportunity to meet perhaps with you or someone in the Public Works staff, so that this may be just a misunderstanding. I don't know. But we won't settle it right now. We'll trailer it for a little today. Later today, after you've had an opportunity to discuss this and see if you're...
I will say that substantial compliance that we based our movement to the board on these final maps is comprised of input from all the involved departments who set up these conditions. So,
Did you have something, Steve?
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that we continue this for a week. I have enough, this came in before I got on the board. I had reservations about it from the get-go. If this gentleman has technical points that need to be reviewed, it's worth spending a little bit of time figuring it out and coming back with some conclusions.
That's a good idea.
Not in this context.
I don't want to affect your sleep, Ron, so we're going to...
I have one quick question, and that is, where is this located exactly?
It's on Olive Orchard Road.
So, where's that?
It's off of Highway 26, just west of...
Is that in that San Joaquin Water Basin area?
it
for
runs
water?
between Burson Road and Highway 26 over towards Rancho.
It's a
We're
fair
having
distance away from the...
Lots of problems down in that lower end of the county with water, and at some point we need to really look at these kinds of developments, which in my opinion don't make a lot of sense when we're creating 5 and 15 acre parcels and putting them on wells. And at some point I think we owe it to the citizenry to start looking at the lack of water availability, the declining water table,
That kind of stuff.
and basically start requiring development down there to be on public water, with the source of water not being a well. We're just going to get in trouble with these kinds of developments down the road. And
Well, you're right, Tom, and I don't think you're going to find much argument there.
I realize the horse is out of the barn on
Right.
this one, but I think the board needs to take a very hard look at creating any more parcels down there that aren't going to be on public water within that San Joaquin Water Basin area where we actually have a water table that's declining. San Joaquin's trying to address it in their areas of the county, and we're probably going to have to tie in our area of the county because you can't solve a basin if you only have, 3/4 addressing it and the other quarter paying no heed. So I think at some point we should have a study session and talk about what we're going to do about water in that area and get Brian in here, Moss, and because I think we need to do something a whole lot better than what we're doing currently.
Well, I can't disagree with you.
It's a valid
This one,
point,
what
but like
kind
you
of
said,
stuff-
the horse is out of the barn on this one, and
Well,
what I'm going to do now is
the
get,
next one and the next one and the next one. If we,
I want to get Mr.
If we don't
Parks,
do something.
who has pulled this, Tom, I want to get his concerns answered. So, matter of fact, why don't we put this off a week and give Mr. Parks a chance to meet with staff and see if the, because I'm not sure I understand exactly.
I don't want to deal with the as we bring some around. You just see what's happening here. I want to deal with you people. I want you to see what I'm talking about compared to what the 2004 map is. And you've got an impression of one thing, and he's saying the same thing. He said that. If anybody can read a map, you know it's.
Well, I think you said you have two different maps there, and the point is, I think you said you have two different maps.
Well, same subdivision.
Same subdivision, but as was explained.
They are different. You're right.
Yeah, as was explained, there's a tentative map which simply comes in telling the county what you would like to do. And then there are other considerations that come during the study period that changes that map. So sitting here, we don't know the whole history of this, so I want to put it off a week so that there's...
I have had experience. I have dealt with this. I've dealt with subdivisions, so I have some background. And
Mr. Parks?
the thing is, excuse me, this could be tentative, but what are we voting on today? Is it the tentative?
No, the subdivision's already been approved. The subdivision has already been approved. It went through the process, it went to the planning commission.
It was approved 2 years ago with a different layout. The application was accepted.
I think we're beginning to spin our wheels here. What we're interested in is having a fact basis for a decision that we have to make. Clearly, those facts are in dispute at the moment, and we're interested in the parties getting together and establishing that fact base before we make a decision. I think that's I think this is not the forum to argue it.
I think part of the trouble here is not understanding process as well. So I am going to request we put this off for a week and give all the parties that are concerned a chance to study this. I don't think we're all on a different page. I think there's a misunderstanding about the process.
Mr. Chair, I move for a 1-week continuance.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're going to
That's a
come.
positive thing.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Oh, thank you for your input. This is a place to come, huh?
Yeah.
This is the place to come.
You notice I don't come up here very often, because I was pretty damn nervous.
Okay, we'll be back in a week with this item. Yeah. Okay. We'll move on to item 10 on the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, I pulled this item. I'd like to just make a comment, if I may. I want to go back a little bit in time to an earlier board when the board hired a consultant because there was great internal desire to combine, which were then independent departments, the building department and the planning department, and make a community development department. Back then, I was adamantly opposed to combining the two departments. I thought the two departments should remain independent. I thought what we needed and what came out of that consultant study, in my opinion, was the idea that we needed more chiefs, and quite frankly, what I thought we needed and still believe we need are a whole lot more Indians to process the workload. And just having another department head over two department heads with another secretary for that department head didn't strike me as moving the process forward, and certainly not processing of the workload. I lost that argument, and the board decided to form a community development department. We went out and advertised for a director. We did not have great success recruiting a director to lead the community development agency, as it is now referred to. Again, I thought we should, and argued long and hard with the board, to just keep the two independent departments. The board then finally decided to hire an individual to lead that department. I expressed great reservations at that time because the background for that individual was basically as an ex-county supervisor and working in a probation department and a welfare department with no experience whatsoever, having had any experience whatsoever working in a building department or a planning department. Subsequent to that, we've had considerable turmoil in those two departments. I don't think the integration, to be mild, has been successful. I think the workload in the department is somewhat imploding, and the workload is almost in a state of paralysis, to the point where finally we hired Cooper Vale to come in and help on the building department side, and hopefully we're spending what, $200,000 or $300,000 to do that. Hopefully we will now process some of the workload through building. We are still not processing much of anything through planning. So then we get into the general plan. I am a big fan of not including the community plans, of getting the general plan done and then coming back and reviewing the general plan. I think I've sort of won that argument, at least partially. But then we came down to a general plan coordinator, which is before us today. I am not in favor of this decision. I argued long and hard with the board that the board should, given the political implications of this decision, or of this position, that the board should make should also interview this party and concur in who we hire to be the general plan coordinator. I lost that. I lost that on a 4-1 vote. I also believe the general plan coordinator should be a contract employee and not an in-house employee, only answerable to the community development director, but answerable to the board, the administrative office, and also to county council, where communications between the community development director and those departments have broken down considerably. So I lost both those votes on 4-1 votes. So now we come to the individual to be retained for the community plan coordinator. And again, we're hiring somebody that's never worked in a county planning department, has never done a general plan update, and has never worked with the county general plan. In some ways, I think the board must want this to implode and not be done successfully. So now we're hiring a lady from Caltrans who does, I guess, encroachment permits and has worked 8 years for Caltrans with a wonderful educational background. But it seems to me, for the general plan coordinator, if we want this process to move forward in a timely and competent manner, that we should be hiring somebody, we should be contracting with somebody that has done general plan updates, that has a great experience with county general plans and what the state requires on general plans. And we're not doing that. And, you know, we're taking this whole process and this whole department and you know, we're not filling it with the experience that the applicants need to have, in my opinion, to be successful. So I guess I've lost these arguments now for 2 or 3 years, and as I look at the department and the results, I see only sort of regression as far as we're not moving forward. The general plan, in my opinion, is somewhat stalled. We're holding a lot of community meetings that, quite frankly, I don't know what they have to do with moving the general plan forward, other than only purpose they seem to have to me, quite frankly, is to spend a lot of money on a consultant to run around and hold community meetings when we need to be moving forward with the general plan. So, and now we're hiring this lady with no background whatsoever in this area, and we're hiring her at E-STEP, which is the most significant step. Usually when you hire somebody, if they don't have experience, you hire them at A-STEP, and then they move up through the process to E-STEP. So we're hiring at E-STEP, we're giving longevity, we're giving all these incentives for a person that has no expertise whatsoever in the area for which he's being retained. So for those reasons, I will continue my opposition to the board's direction in this area, and I will be voting no on item 10.
Steve?
Before that dissertation, I was under the impression that we were talking about the terms of hire, and now I see we've added a hazing process to greet new employees. There was a clear process that has been tradition of this board well before I came on, and all the way through, as I understand Tom's history here, of what level the board intervenes in the hiring process. This level is a coordinated position. It is not at that level. So in terms of the hiring process, there were 2 interviews with a panel that had experts do this. They interviewed many people and chose, and it was unanimous and very, very enthusiastic in terms of the selection. I don't believe this board needs to micromanage these positions, but I do believe that there's a difference on this board about what kind of hiring ought to take place for positions of this importance. One of the things that we keep on doing and have traditionally done is spend a great deal of money contracting out work that has, using a term already applied, imploded. For instance, the $500,000 that we paid for building, for plan check that went to outside experts that resulted in many of the complaints that we're now facing, and the Builders Association and others came to us and actually requested that we get to a more accountable in-house operation where people were responsive to local conditions and local documents. I, too, at this point, am going well outside the agenda item before us, but I think it's important that these things be clarified. Finally, one other issue that came up just a moment ago is the question of what are we doing going out to the communities and asking people their opinions about our future. And frankly, I find that refreshing and one of the few opportunities that people will have to weigh in on what they think, the people who already live here, what they think ought to happen with their future. And the idea of meeting in each of these communities and hearing what people have to say is one of the most essential elements of planning I could imagine. And hiring people with skill in that regard seems to me one of the important aspects of the hiring process. Now, that said, I do believe with Tom that we need people with high technical capabilities, and one of the things that the studies have shown is that it's very hard to recruit sometimes when your pay is not competitive or your benefit package is not competitive, or the circumstances of hazing people who come in makes you less competitive. And my view of this is that we need to really think about what we say in these hiring processes, that we need to value our employees when they come in and thereafter, and that we need to organize ourselves in a way, and this is the final point about the structural question, we gave people 2 answers. They'd go to planning on one side and building on the other side. People could shop for answers, and they'd get 2 different answers, sometimes 3 or 4. It was noted in the studies that we did that we were confusing people, and that we were confusing ourselves, and that we were structurally impaired. And the combination, the need to get some central line authority over these processes, and sure enough, it turns out that our documents, one on one side and the other, zoning code and the general plan, seem to be in some disarray and conflict, and that was leading to some of the problems that people doing business with this county were having. So, in my view, the consolidation is central to this, and the position that we're talking about right now is central to getting the job done. My big regret, and it's true, that it's taken now 7, almost 8 months to get to the point where we're actually making an offer. And I think that is a stall of a magnitude that is hard to even imagine. But the fact that we're actually trying to address it today and get a person on board to coordinate the general plan effort, I see as a sign of progress, not regress. And I certainly move this agenda item.
Okay, do you have anything to add, Francine?
No.
I do. Tom, I have a lot of respect for you, but the predicament that we're in with the general plan started back in '87 when it was an inadequate plan. It was made worse in 1996 when an inadequate plan was brought forward and adopted. And I mean, you said yourself that you lost these votes on a 4-to-1 margin. You know, back in '87, that was then. This is now. '96, that was then. This is now. We cannot do the general plan without engaging the community, the overall community, in the process. I've been working on the Copperopolis community plan for almost a decade now, and we would be absolutely nowhere with that plan if it hadn't been for, in the beginning, that we got together with people that had various points of view, and we vetted it out, and hopefully, in my lifetime, we'll see a community plan adopted for Copperopolis. Now, you keep saying that you're in opposition to doing that. I think that it would be a demonstration of a complete waste of my effort and the efforts of hundreds of people in Copperopolis if we hold back the Copperopolis community plan adoption for another 2 years until we get the entire general plan of this county established. And I think that we, I don't know, in the orientation classes that I went to learn how to be a supervisor, they were pretty emphatic that all it takes is 3 votes. It is a concern to me that you admit that you lose votes, but then you bring the stuff back up. And I apologize to all of you for airing all of these little dirty laundry things here in front of you. But it needs to be said. Get over it, Tom. We're moving forward.
Okay, I'd like to make 2 responses. Number one, I am not at all against updating the county's general plan. I'm all for that. I would like to move in a timely manner. I don't want it to take 10 years that we have done in Copper and still don't have a community plan in Copper. I don't want this thing to go on to the point where my great-grandchildren are here when we adopt a general plan update. You know, I'm not against community meetings, but I think we need to have something of substance to talk to the community about. Right now, we have nothing of substance to talk to the community about. It's just sort of a feel-good session. You brought up a point that I thought about bringing up and then didn't, but I will since you brought it up, and that's sort of your apologies for, as you would put it, airing our dirty laundry in public here to date. I don't view it as dirty laundry. I view it as the substantive issues before county government. One of my great frustrations is that all these folks out here don't have a clue what we're doing when we have these closed sessions every week and we're deciding all the policies for county government. And I'm very frustrated that so much is happening in closed sessions that nobody knows about. I mean, I can't generate any public support for my position if I can't ever air it, because we do everything in closed session. And I think we need to report more out of closed session. I think we need to state what was discussed in closed session, what was decided in closed session, the polling in closed session, et cetera, so we can have an intelligent discussion with the community about the issues before us. It's not dirty laundry. It's the substantive issues of the day, and we should be having a discussion with the community, not just holding community meetings where we ask people, you know, what do you like about your community and what don't you like about the community? I mean, you know, how many months are we going to do that instead of moving forward with the general plan when we can have community meetings where we actually talk about something substantive? So, you know, this whole thing about where we're doing so much in closed sessions leaves me absolutely appalled, particularly when I can't come out then and say, well, geez, I strongly disagree with the board because, and that's why I spoke today, because I'm not, and I never have been on board for what this board's been doing in the community development agency area. So that completes my comments.
I think we pretty well understand there might be some philosophical differences on the board. But just to make it clear for you folks that you don't, I hope you don't misunderstand, these closed sessions, we don't hold them just to discuss general policies. They are, by law, allowed to discuss confidential personnel issues and possible or ongoing litigation. And also by law, we report out of there if there was any action taken. Today we had a reporting out on 4 of them from last week's meeting, and no action was taken. But those are the only things that we discuss in closed session. So don't get the idea that we're making departmental policies and things of that nature in closed session, please. There's a motion for this one. Do I have a second?
Second.
Excuse me, point of order, are you going to allow for public comment, sir?
I will.
Thank you. Excuse me. My name is Joe Kelly. I appreciate Mr. Tryon's concerns. I appreciate all your concerns. I am now concerned. You have an employee versus, in the general plan coordinator, an employee versus contract. How long do you expect to have the need for a coordinator with a contract employee under the guise of the direction of the board? That position can be eliminated. When this general plan finishes, is this coordinator going to be there on a continuing need basis for updates every 5 years, according to general or state law? Or is this one going to be shifted to some other position? Perhaps this concept of contract versus employee really needs to be looked at for the fiscal responsibility of it. What it's going to cost we, the people. We do pay the taxes. Thank you.
Now, I'm not going to be able to speak very well on this subject, but looking at it, the Community Development Department has been a disaster over the past year. You know, nothing has really gotten done of any substance. Things have come back here. You know, everything's stalled in the Planning Department. I have an application in there, 10 months it's been in there. Nothing has gotten done. I don't think Stephanie Moreno's qualified to hold this position. Does she have a planning certificate? That's a question. Does she? I don't think she does. And as far as closed session goes, I completely agree with you. I want to hear what's going on in these sessions. This is just idiotic. Now, I have work to do, and I don't like coming down here and having to listen to this. Okay? So I'm going to go back to work now, and I suggest you guys go to work. Just go to work. Do the job. If Stephanie wants to continue doing what she's doing, I suggest you not let her do that. Tell her to get to work. Get things done. Get people hired that need to be hired. Get it moving. Okay? So thank you for your time. I'm going to slide in here. Joe Smith, just an average guy.
Thank you. Any other comments? Are we ready for the question?
Yes.
I have a motion by Supervisor Walensky.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Thomas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Carries on a 3-1-0. Okay, moving along to public comment. Before we do public comment, speaking of the number of supervisors up here, Supervisor Callaway obviously is not here today, and she wanted me to advise her constituents and the public that she is in Sacramento today, meeting with the Corrections Standards Authority, Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Supervisor Callaway represents all county supervisors in the state with regard to the adult standard regulations for the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. That's why she couldn't be here today. So this is the point in the meeting where anyone that wants to make comments on issues that are not on today's agenda may come to the podium.
Isn't that what we've been doing?
Yeah, I know.
I'm Kathy Sankinella from the airport. I'm going to say something positive.
Whoa.
I'd like to compliment Bill Claudino, Stephanie Marino, and the citizens for San Andreas on the town meeting that was held on the 14th, I think it was. It was very, very well handled. I've been to a lot of community meetings, and this was done very professionally, up to the part where the public comment, and I had to leave then. But the informational part of it was very, very well handled. Thank you, Bill and Stephanie.
Thanks, Kathy. Is there anyone else that would like to make a statement? Mr. Kelly.
Joe Kelly. Major question. Today I'm here to express four concerns on four issues. Is this county solvent? I've been waiting 4 months for a refund check. February 23rd, 2007, I submitted a withdrawal of tenant parcel map 2006-12 directly to Mr. Selman. After the Copperopolis General Plan meeting, I asked Mr. Selman facetiously, since I haven't received a check, can I withdraw my withdrawal? He expressed he would look into it. As of June 15th, last Friday, still no refund check. I do realize that I read somewhere that the Auditor Controller's Office was going through an update program or a new fancy dango way to dance or something of that sort. So if that's the case, maybe it ought to move a little faster. It would be nice. We have to pay our monies up front when we walk in. It'd be nice to be able to get our monies back relatively quick when we withdraw or for some reason are due a refund. 2, roads. How did 60-foot wide dedicated right-of-way roads in this county fail to be constructed to a minimum county standard and projects final without adhering to Public Resources Code? Now this goes back a lot of years. Public Resources Code goes back a lot of years, which this county followed as it brought up its road ordinances and everything else, but it used state standards for a minimum and for following even today. 3, I read the other day that there was a contemplation of a general plan fee attached to permits. I asked this, what is the nexus of a general plan fee to a building permit? How does it affect the whole like a general plan does rather than the few? 4, by law, you supervisors sit as the Board of Equalization in this county. Can you tell me how much property tax money this county is not collecting on lien date values, the percentage of construction completion, which is required by law? That's my 4. Any response?
No.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I can tell you, Mr. Kelly, that your concerns won't be ignored. I don't have an answer for you now, unless some other board member does. But with regard to the fees, there will be either a study session or an agenda item there to discuss that, and there will be a nexus established. We haven't done that yet. It's philosophical. It's an idea. So you will have plenty of time to have input there.
But as I say, the nexus tied to the whole, not to the few.
I understand that. That's
Could I ask a quick question? I actually have 2. First is on the roads. Are you referring to a specific road or roads?
Those roads in Oak Valley Estates.
Okay. And secondly, I'm wondering if there's any staff in the audience that can give us some kind of status or could give Mr. Kelly a status report on his refund check. I remember that issue 4 months ago.
Thank you.
Good morning, Stephanie Moreno, Director of Community Development. Our understanding is that the refund had been processed. Bob Selman signed off on it some time ago. I don't know if it's caught in our accounting staff or elsewhere, but we will check on it and get a word back to him today as to anticipated release.
Thank you. Thank you. Checks in the mail, Joe. Okay, that's right.
Believe it when it goes through.
Yeah, don't try to cash it. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on any item not on today's agenda? Okay. Yeah, there are some seats over here if you folks standing would like to sit over here. If you want to do that.
You can sit in the jury box over here.
Yes.
It's for the investment guy.
We have ordered out for Happy Meals. They're obviously needed today. Think. Moving on to item number 14, presentation. First, I better vote for it. There's a presentation resolution to commend and thank Richard Manders upon his retirement for service as the Assistant Chief Probation Officer for the County of Calaveras. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I wish to make that motion, but I would imagine that there would be some people who would like to speak to it.
Well, we have to pass it first, though.
I'll second the motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I think I'll make this presentation first. And Rich? Congratulations. Thank you very much. Tennis game.
It's down now. I had another surgery, but I'll be fine.
Okay. This is a resolution to commend and thank Richard Manders upon his retirement for service as the Assistant Chief Probation Officer for the County of Calaveras. It's dated June 19th, 2007. And I'll read it here. Whereas Richard Manders will be retiring from county service on June 22nd, 2007. And whereas Richard Manders was first hired by the County of Calaveras in 1983 as a Deputy Probation Officer and was promoted to Assistant Chief Probation Officer in 1991, where he served till his retirement. And whereas throughout the term of his employment, Assistant Chief Manders fulfilled his responsibilities and performed his duties with dedication, pride, and enthusiasm. And whereas he also went above and beyond in assisting families, offenders, and staff through difficult times by adding a caring human perspective and a sense of humor. And whereas his sense of humor, institutional memory, and caring demeanor will be sorely missed and not readily replaced. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, congratulate Richard Manders on his retirement effective June 22nd, 2007. Be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors hereby expresses its gratitude to Richard Manders' dedication, integrity, and enthusiasm during his 23 years of service to the County of Calaveras, and hereby recognizes the significance of his contributions to the past and continuing accomplishments of the Probation Department. This was passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, State of California, this 19th day of June, 2007. Richard, thank you very much.
Yes, I feel a bit embarrassed after listening earlier. It's obviously fine people have a lot of work to do, and it's a little, so I will be very brief. But I would like to tell you it's been a pleasure and an honor to serve the board, to serve the courts, especially the Honorable John Martin, the Honorable Douglas Mawin, working with the Administration Department, Human Resources, the 5 chiefs that I have served under, and including and especially our current Chief Probation Officer, Mr. Michael Preletich, and many different departments that I've had the pleasure of dealing with over the last 23 and a half years. And finally, I stand here today and to tell you all that I would not have come close to being here today had it not been for what I consider the the greatest staff in Calaveras County, and there are quite a few of you out around in the room today. And that staff would be staff of the Calaveras County Probation Department. You guys, thank you so much. Thank you all.
I just have one question. How did you keep your sense of humor for 23 and a half years?
If not, it will eat you up, and it will chew you up and spit you out, and that was the only way I could do that.
Well, thank you for
And
your
again,
service.
with my fellow workers, they made that possible. So, thank you.
Job
Thank you,
well
Richard.
done.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to make comments at this point?
Well, I would say it has been a pleasure to work with Chris. We all work as a team. Everybody, and we couldn't have done it without you, Rich. I want to personally thank you for all your dedication and all your hard work, all the people you've helped. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
All right, thanks again, Richard.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
I'd like to move now on to item number 15, discussion and possible action regarding a minute order approving the Calaveras County investment policy and guidelines for fiscal year 2000-2008 with minor incorporated changes in the language.
Good morning, Board. Lynette Norfolk, Calaveras County Treasurer, Tax Collector. And yes, the county. Mr. Kelly, we're solvent. But we checked on that with the auditor's office too. May have some bearing along with that. And also the assessed values. I imagine the assessor can let you know what percentage of completion, because I do know that is on the tax bill. You know, there's a certain percentage that comes out on the annual tax bill each year when there's new construction. But we can talk about that later. So, anyway, good morning. Attached you have, annually we bring the Calaveras County investment policy to you for approval. And I apologize, there was not a cover letter along with it. If you want it, I have extra copies here. But each of your copies had highlighted in red the very minor changes on it, so it seemed very self-explanatory. If you have questions, you know, I'm happy to answer them. I do want to point out that staff decided we needed something rather colorful for a cover sheet, so we put the new cover sheet here with the poppies and things showing them.
It is nice.
Yeah, so once this is approved, provided you do approve it today, we will find each of the copies and give you each a copy to have with the changes incorporated. So,
Thank you.
are there
Any questions or comments from the board? Can I have a motion for the...
I would move for approval.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries on a 4-0. Yeah, 4-0.
Thank you. 400.
401, sorry.
Thank you very much.
401. Okay, moving on to item number 16, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution authorizing execution of professional service agreement with MV Transportation for management and operation of Calaveras Transit from July 1, 2007 through June 30, 2011. Public Works.
Good morning. Rob Houghton, Public Works. Calaveras Transit is operated under contract with MV Transit. Their current contract expires at the end of this month. In anticipation of that, we solicited bids for the next 4-year period of operation. In response to that solicitation, we received one bid, and that was from the incumbent contractor, MV Transit. We've evaluated that bid. It's met all the requirements of both FTA obligations, our bidding requirements, our purchasing ordinance, and appears to be a reasonable bid in the context of the work requested. It amounts to an approximately 11% increase in their hourly service rate. That coupled with increase in service hours increases their contract amount by about $100 and some thousand per year, increased service hours or for additional service to Copperopolis. With that, I entertain any questions.
Okay, are there any questions from the board?
It appears that there's a small escalator clause for the 4 years. Was there a formula that dictated that?
That was based on their bid.
They were the sole bidder.
Correct.
Any other questions?
I have some comments, not questions.
Okay.
I will not be voting in favor of this contract. I think we need to radically revamp how we approach and address the transit system. The transit system and taxpayer money probably loses over $1 million a year in funds that used to go to the road fund. It's now transferred to the transit system. Is probably, correct me if I'm in error here, Rob, but probably $600,000 or $700,000 a year that goes from what used to go to the road fund to now goes to transit. Transit has extremely low ridership. It has a very few number of people that use it. I think probably everybody in this room uses the roads, and to divert that substantial amount of money from roads that we all use to transit that an extremely minute percent of the population uses, to me, is just a very bad management decision. Pursuant to the Transportation Development Act, the ratio of fare revenues to operating costs shall be at least 10%. Failure to achieve this threshold may result in a loss of federal funds for transit, for public transit. Let me just comment on that statement. Number one is I don't think in the history of our transit system that we've ever made a 10% fare box or achieved the 10% fare box recovery ratio, which means for every taxpayer dollar that's spent on transit, we lose 90 cents. That there's a 90-cent subsidy if you met the 10% fare box recovery. I would submit that I don't think we ever have. If we have, it was only for a very extremely short period of time. When it says a fare box, a 10% to a fare box revenues to operating costs, you have to understand that the operating costs are not true operating costs. They don't count bus purchases, they don't count depreciation, they don't count a lot of other costs that would go into any normal business. So you already have an operation that doesn't provide true accounting costs and does not even meet a 10% fare box recovery. It also says the ratio of fare revenues to operating costs shall be at least 10%. My question to the board, and my question always to the board, is why do we basically decide that a 90% loss, or 90 cents on every dollar loss, is adequate? Why don't we make it a 20 or 30% fare box recovery ratio to where we're not subsidizing 90% of every person that gets on a transit bus? Why aren't we subsidizing it at 70% or 60% or 50%? Actually, in many years, we've been subsidizing it to the tune of 90, 94, 95 cents on every dollar. That would, a substantial amount of, or all of which basically, if you look at the fare box recovery ratio as far as the analysis, would otherwise be going to road funds on that loss. So I look at it from a cost-benefit basis, from a business basis, from a what would be in the best interest of the public, and putting this kind of money into such a failed system makes no sense at all. And now to just sign another contract for 4 more years without the board assuming any responsible policies for transit, I think is a mistake. So I will not be voting for this contract.
Any other comments?
I'm counting on you, Steve.
Oh, okay. This is one of the issues that seems to be on a recycle. In fact, this is probably our best recycling program in the county, notwithstanding Rob's good efforts. We have this conversation every time a transit thing comes up, and the real difference of opinion is not a question of whether we should be more efficient or whether we should be reaching for a better fare box ratio. I personally have repeatedly suggested that we have a transit system that actually meets the express needs of people, and that it relate to the commutes that people have from population centers to places where people work, and improve the relationship to the schedule as people go to the community colleges. There are also specific events that happen in relation to people with disabilities and seniors, and that if we schedule more accurately around those things, as well as community meetings, we might have a better fare box ratio. And I do believe that those things are all being worked on right now by our transportation coordinator. So I'm encouraged by progress, and I actually have a picture of a full transit bus taking people, ironically, to a planning meeting from Paloma up to Railroad Flat and looping through Sheep Ranch, where every seat was filled, and I think that's a good example of an appropriate use for transit. But the real difference here is a question of whether the funds that used to be used for roads could be used properly and legally for moving from public transit to road construction. And it is the conclusion of 4 of this board repeatedly that this cannot be done. And so while it's a nice thought, there's really a fundamental difference as to what is legally possible here. And I know we'll continue
Steve,
to have...
that is just not true, what you said. You have Rob tell you, and you had county council tell you that it's up to the board, and it's within the board's discretion on the LTF funds whether to have it go to transit or to have it stay in roads if they're not meeting the fare box recovery ratio. You know, you keep saying that we have no legal alternative but to do this. That is an absolutely untrue statement.
Well, the fare box recovery ratio, last I checked, was meeting the requirement. But that gets into accounting issues, and those are set by regulation. And as I understand it, we're following those.
The most accurate statement you made is you don't give a damn about efficiency, and you're going to go along with your hallucination that we're running full transit buses around when you're spending real money on those dreams.
Well, I don't think I said, in fact, what I did say, Tom, was that I do care about efficiency, and that I've made specific proposals to make this a more efficient system. How many proposals have you made to make it more efficient or effective, or serve the needs of your constituents?
Steve, we're not an urban county.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
I've listened to you on this many times.
And likewise.
That's right. We are on a hamster wheel of debate here.
Transit systems
we run a lot but don't get anywhere.
Yes, we do get somewhere. We lose over $1 million a year. We get there every year.
There has not been a transit system that made a profit in this country since 1955.
I would like to
comment
offer,
on the question.
Not that this will in any way preempt any further debate, but I would like to offer a study session in the next 6 weeks. We will have the year-end fiscal report for performance of Calaveras Transit, and we can discuss more substantively where we are with fare box recovery and what kind of implications this contract has on that. And I can also, we can review the issue relative to usage of LTF.
I would hope at that study session we're able to, and this board will devote itself to trying to make proposals to make this a more effective system. And that's the point. It's not about eviscerating it or abandoning our obligation to public service. It is a question of making this a better system. And I invite all other board members to put proposals forward to that effect. I plan to, and I hope the others will as well.
Okay, we have an item before us, is professional services agreement, a resolution. Is there a motion?
I would move that item.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in
I
favor?
have two quick comments. Number one is I requested last time that community television be present and record the study session on transit. There was no community television present. I requested it be continued a week so we could have community television present so the folks out there could actually know what we're talking about when we talk about transit. That was not supported by the board. I would ask the board at this time to make a commitment to have community television present, and if community television is not present, that we continue it until community television is able to be present.
Fine.
I support that and have continuously
Which will be the first
supported
transit study
televising
session
all
that
of
we
us.
ever had televised, so we've televised all kinds of others, I might add.
I believe we should televise all our proceedings,
I will just end with one.
All right, okay, listen, we don't have enough cheese to go around for all the wine in
I'd like to
here.
end with one additional comment, and that is in preliminary budget. I have worked on my 23 years on the board for roads. I think roads are probably the most important infrastructure that county addresses, along with solid waste. We've built up and put general fund monies into the road. We put a third of the TOT tax into the road. We put other general fund monies into the road. Right now, into the road fund, we have about $1.8 million in general fund monies that are dedicated to the road fund. At preliminary budget, there are 3 board members that indicated they would be willing to remove substantial amounts of general fund money that historically has gone to roads to move back into the general fund. I am not at all in favor of that. The board has already rated the general fund for transit. If they raid the road fund for transit, if they raid the road fund to put money back into the general fund, we're just going to have a poorer and poorer quality of roads that we all use. I don't know why Steve keeps saying that transit's such a public service when there's probably 0.1% of the population, if that uses transit, and 99.9% or greater that use roads, but it's not a public service to take care of roads. It is only a public service to fund transit, and that's beyond my comprehension. So go ahead and do your vote.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded, this resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Item number 17, discussion possible action regarding a resolution approving a cooperative agreement between the California Department of Forestry and Fire Prevention for dispatch services for the period of July 1, 2006 to June 30, 2007, in the amount of $188,843.
Good morning, Shirley Ryan, Administrative Office. This is the annual dispatch contract that we do with CAL FIRE for dispatch services during the year. Last year, because of increasing cost, the board asked us to look at the contract and work with CAL FIRE to come up with a more equitable sharing of those costs between the state, Tuolumne County, Alpine County, and Calaveras County. And in doing so, we had numerous meetings between the Administrative Office, the Sheriff's Department, and CAL FIRE, and came up with a new methodology to determine the allocation of the costs for dispatching services. And I had hoped that somebody from CAL FIRE would be here today. Unfortunately, I didn't see anybody. I do have the proposed cost breakdown that was presented to us last year. I was hoping to have the final cost. But how it was originally set up was Calaveras funded certain positions while Tuolumne County funded certain positions for the dispatch center. What we looked at and went to was we determined the total local government personnel costs for the dispatch center, and using a 20% of those costs as a base cost, divided that by the 19 agencies used in the dispatch services for 4,000, again, these numbers are rough, $86.76 per agency. Then they took the remaining by the number of incidences, which were 9,797, and came up with a per incident call, and then based on the number of calls for each county, split the cost out. So when they estimated that at the beginning of last year, they determined it would be about $185,500. what the contract came in is $185,800. This is substantially less than prior year's contracts. And this is, they of course dispatch for all fire calls. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
So this resulted in a fairly significant discount this year, is that correct?
It did.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is this reflective of your good work?
It's reflective of work by the Administrative Office, the Sheriff's Department, and CAL FIRE.
Well, thank you. This was an issue that we had quite a lot of discussion on, as I recall, brought to us by the sheriff, and this looks like a good result.
Shirley, I have a question for you. In here you state, as time passed and benefits increased, Calaveras Sheriff cost increased disproportionately to that of Tuolumne County, while Tuolumne County continued to experience a higher percentage of calls dispatched. So it seems to me at this point, and we have historically been somewhat subsidizing Tuolumne County's dispatch costs. Is that an accurate assessment or conclusion?
It could be interpreted that way, yes. It was simply
Okay,
done.
and it will get corrected next year, not this year?
It is corrected for, this is for 06-07's contract. The reason it's so late coming to the board.
Okay, so it is incorporated in this.
That's
the way I read
correct.
your last sentence is, and agreed to review and address this in equity in future dispatch contracts, which to me, future isn't the one before us.
No.
But it is in the one before us.
It is in the one before us, and it will be addressed each year, looking at the number
Okay.
of calls by county.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. Any other comments or questions?
Bill, if I might, one of the things you may have noticed in our report that we'll schedule a future study session with the board is about 65% of those calls that are going through CDF are medically related
I see that,
for the
yeah.
fire issue, various small fire districts. And I don't believe that was the original intent of when the agreement was set up, that would be that kind of ratio. So we'll be doing more work with CDF and the local fire agencies to talk specifically about that. And the city, correct, to talk specifically about those issues. I know it's not a popular thing to talk about, but we are artificially subsidizing the medical calls for the fire districts. And I think it's healthy that we have that discussion in the future in a study session.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move the resolution be adopted as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries on 401. I got it. Reed is absent. This item, 18, we've been advised by council to move this, to continue this. This was discussion and possible action regarding the adoption of an ordinance, amending ordinance number 2723 to modify the road improvements and impact fees for the Copperopolis Benefit Basin, and also a resolution establishing the updated Copperopolis Road impact fee schedule for the Copperopolis Benefit Basin Public Works.
Good morning, Rob Houghton, Public Works. If I recall correctly, last week we had extensive discussion regarding this item. Public Works expressed some concern regarding the fee schedule, and at that time recommended that the board introduce the ordinance and hold off on adopting the resolution. Board accepted Public Works' recommendation on that. However, during the past week, I've had conversations with County Council. I've been advised that that's not going to be a constructive solution for us, and they've advised that we need to carry those two items together concurrently. So Public Works at this time is
Are you just looking for an indefinite continuance, or do you want to set a date for it?
I do not have a specific date at which time I'd be prepared to bring it back. I would be...
So you're just asking for an indefinite continuance?
Yes,
Yeah.
and we've worked with the developer who holds the DA that has fees in jeopardy on this issue, and they've agreed to extend the DA term an additional 3 months, so we will certainly be back here in time to accomplish that.
Okay.
Very well. Is there a motion?
I move the continuance.
Second.
The continuance has been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll now move on to item number 19, discussion and possible action regarding a minute order to initiate an amendment to the Calaveras County Zoning Code relative to legal access requirements for building entitlements. This is the Community Development Agency.
Bill, if we could have just a few minutes, I can set up a table for community development. Give us a
Okay,
chance to
we're
set
going to
up.
have to do some setup here. I'm going to take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
With item number 19, this is again the discussion and possible action regarding a minute order to initiate an amendment to the Calaveras County Zoning Code relative to legal access requirements for building entitlements. Refer this to the Community Development Agency.
Good morning. Stephanie Moreno, Director of Community Development. We put this item on the agenda at the request, separate request from Supervisor Tryon and Supervisor Walensky to get this issue going. It's been kind of stuck for some time, and so we agendized it today. I wanted to go over the process because apparently there's been some misinformation circulating in the community as to what today's purpose was, and I just wanted to go over that very quickly first, if that's okay.
It's fine.
In order to amend the ordinance, the Title 17 zoning code, the board has to adopt a resolution of intention to amend the code first. And at that point, the resolution goes back to the Planning Commission, goes back to staff. Staff takes it to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission conducts public hearings on it, takes action, and forwards it to the Board of Supervisors for adoption. And you all have been through a number of those situations where it starts here, goes back, comes back again. Doesn't make much sense to me, but that's the rules. So that's the way the state has it set up, that we have to do it. So normally, there will be, before we come in with a resolution of intention, there may have been other study sessions or meetings that give a clear indication of where the board wants to head on a certain item. In this case, because we wanted to expedite it, we set it up today so that the public could give input and the board would not have to continue it for a couple of weeks to do a study session or do the resolution. They could take action today to refer it to the Planning Commission in order not to delay this subject any longer. It doesn't matter to us if you want to continue it, do a study session, not take action today, but the whole intent of putting it on here as an action item was to allow the board to give staff direction to get this off center, get it to Planning Commission as soon as possible. If you do not take action today on the resolution of intention, then we would have to come back to the board at a later date to do the same meeting again, and then it would go back to the Planning Commission. So I just want to let the public know that the intent was, and the Board of Realtors, the intent was to try to shorten the process. So that's why we put it on here this way. You'll note in the packet that there are no recommendations from the Community Development Agency because we really don't know what the board wants to do on this issue. What we have attached to the staff report is a list of available options that were identified by our county counsel's office. It's merely a repeat of what they have identified as possible alternatives. We do know that no matter what, unless you want to leave legal access in the current state, that there will have to be some amendment to the zoning codes, either to change the standard that you allow or to remove it from as a requirement or to further define it. But regardless of what you choose to do today, we will have to amend the Title 17 zoning code to bring it into compliance with that. And that's why we put the resolution on here. We knew it was going to have to be done sooner or later, but it does not have a minute order attached to it because we don't know what it is you want to take action on yet. So I wanted to go over that process. I didn't know if you had any questions about that.
Okay, at this time, before I ask the public, are there any comments from the board? How many people today, and I'm going to, for the sake of time here, how many folks here today intend to come up and make comments to the board? My. Okay, remember, I'd like you to keep your comments brief and on point. 5 minutes would be good. And if you can try to avoid redundancy, it would be appreciated. In other words, if somebody's covered a point fairly well, I don't believe we need to hear it again. So try to keep that in mind. And so we'll start with a public comment now, Bill.
Mr. Chairman, before you start, could I just give a little background on the issue itself rather than the process?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Real quick,
Sure.
I just, The legal access requirement's been in the zoning code for some time. It's apparent from anecdotal information that it had been enforced at one time, and for reasons that we don't know or when it occurred, the building department stopped enforcing it as a requirement of building permits. What happened as a result of that is that people were issued building permits without a review of legal access, and gave the impression to property owners and to real estate agents and to title companies that by doing so we were acknowledging that there was indeed legal access there. So in some respects we have caused a larger problem by that lack of enforcement in the first place. You have two constituencies that are interested in this particular issue. One is a group of people that I would characterize them as the development rights constituency, who have pieces of property or want to buy pieces of property, and they feel they have a right to develop that property, and we would concur with that. You also have a group of property owners, and I would consider this the property rights constituency, that feel that they have the right to control who crosses their property, and that if someone doesn't have a legal access to cross their property, that they have the right to deny that, and that the county doesn't have the ability to give it away for free. So it's finding the balance between those two constituencies that we've been struggling with on how to find an answer to this. So I just wanted to go over that very quickly. And I don't know if you want Janice, before you start public speaking, to go over the available options that she's outlined so everybody understands them.
I don't know. Janice, what do you think?
I'd also be interested in I understand there were cases that came to our attention and that precipitated this review, and I'd be interested to know more about the details of those.
Is this the one in particular where the property owner did construct an obstruction to access?
Actually, I think it started before that. What started is that we issued a building permit on a piece of property that, and I believe it was for commercial use, but I'm not positive, that the property owner over who these people traveled his property called our department and indicated that they had concerns because the property owners did not have legal access off of their property. What happened is that the chief building official at the time then contacted the county counsel's office and asked for a legal opinion on this. We received a legal opinion that we are supposed to be requiring proof of legal access at the building permit stage. Otherwise, we're giving away something to the property owner with the building permit that they may not already have. That started the confusion. We issued a staff memo just to give some ideas to staff on things that they could look at that would give evidence. That somehow was changed by another county employee and distributed as if it was the county policy. It was not. It was never intended to be, other than ways that staff could facilitate for building permit holders the process. We did meet with the stakeholders group of the Board of Realtors and title insurance companies at one point. We were unable to get consensus at that initial meeting. We intended to meet again. We did not meet again. We've been working individually with property owners to try to resolve issues. In some cases we have been successful, and others we have not. We just had a case last week, in fact, where my staff permit tech had given instructions to a building permit applicant that they had to get Caltrans permit in order to get their building permit, and it was incorrect. And unfortunately, he had spent several months trying to get said permit from Caltrans because his property did border, but his access didn't. We were able to go through, have him pull his title, take a look at his patent, and determine that he had legal access and free that up. So it's been very hands-on, intensive for us to go through each one of these as they come in, but we've been attempting to do that whenever possible. We would like an easier process. I'm pretty sure the real estate industry would like an easier process. I know the property owners would. So we're asking for direction from the board today to be very specific in what they want us to do, either change the requirement so that we no longer have to honor it, or to clearly define what constitutes legal access so that when someone walks in the door, say they have a title report, we can automatically accept it. Whatever the board wants to do in that respect, we're willing to do. We just would like some direction to make it easier for everybody on the issue.
I have a question, Mr. Chair, if
Yes,
I may. What do other rural counties in California do? Maybe even start with our neighboring counties. What requirements do they have as pertains to legal access?
I'm not sure. I believe Janice did some research on that. I do know that one of the realtors at the Board of Realtors luncheon that I spoke at had indicated that this is an issue that's happening across the state in various counties, and that jurisdictions are struggling to deal with it. In fact, she made the comment, I believe, that we needed to make sure that we do it in a way that doesn't cause future harm or problems for us. So, in other words, put some thought to it in adopting whatever we adopt.
I would concur with Stephanie and just add a couple of additional facts. You'll note that that particular language applies to any use. It's not just a building permit issue. Over the years, there have been occasions where planning department has come, particularly to me in our department, and asked, can someone have this use? It may be a permitted use in that zone, but they had concerns over whether or not there was legal access. At that point in time, it came to my attention that we had not defined legal access in Title 17, and my opinion on those particular instances was we should use the same definition we use in the subdivision code, which does not accept prescriptive easement unless it's been perfected by a court order. That didn't happen very many times. I'd say 2 or 3 times that happened over the last 10 to 13 years. What happened here is exactly what Stephanie said, is in addition to the building department asking my opinion, the actual property owner who claimed that the building department had issued the permit in error also wrote letters to our office that required a response. So it was in conjunction of those 2 issues that I reviewed the legal issues and concluded that all building permits must comply with Title 17. That's not a gray area of law. That's black and white letter law. So then the issue became, what does legal definition mean in Title 17? And that's when we came to the board in the study session to discuss that. And part of the issue is the fact that both myself and Bruce are quite often asked to interpret documents to determine whether or not there's legal access. And it's not a good methodology for us to be providing that advice to people because we're not in the same type of setting that a court would have, and this is a heavily factual issue, particularly with respect to prescriptive access. There's rules of evidence, both parties get to participate, etc. And I've on many occasions been asked by an attorney for an applicant or someone who is looking to use their land to basically make a finding that there's prescriptive access, and I've repeatedly told those people that that's not my call, I cannot do that, and they've gone off and resolved the issue, or else it didn't get resolved, it never came back to me. So I do just want to add to you an explanation of how this list came about is that Supervisor Tryon asked me to put together some language. So I took a survey of staff, all the departments that were involved, including the Recorder's Office and the Public Works Department, the Surveyor, the Planning Department, and I asked them for their input on how they would like to see legal access defined. And you'll note that there's only 2 on that list that I put in front of it recommended because that was the only 2 that I got staff concurrence on. The rest of the optional ones are drafted to accommodate any requests that I receive from staff. So the recommended doesn't mean that I'm recommending it. It just simply means that that was what staff all concurred on could potentially be recommended to the board.
Couple of one last question, just as a clarification. What do we require? I mean, you said in your verbal comments here, I lost it. There. That you would like it to be the same as the subdivision map.
No, what I said was in the past, with respect to questions about use of land, not building permit issuance, my opinion has always been that without a definition, we should use the same definition that's in the subdivision code. What I'm saying here is it's a policy decision for the board to determine for building permit issuance, but also if you're going to leave the language in there as is for the use of land, which comes up with if someone comes in and has, for instance, wants to use a land that's either a permitted or conditional use, are we still going to require proof of legal access? And if so, what does that mean? But how you define it is a policy decision for the board.
Well,
and just let me follow up on one more thing. I did survey counties. I did request all counties to provide me on our county council website. I only received one response. Before we came to the board in a study session, at that time I asked the building official to ask what Amador and Tuolumne County did, and he told me that they both were struggling with legal access, but that they did not allow prescriptive easements as proof of legal access. Subsequent to that, I did receive a phone call from the Amador County Council's office, from their county council, and they are doing the exact same thing right now. They are struggling with the definition, and the only response that I received on the county council website was from Butte County, and they're still struggling. They've gone to the board several times, but there's never been a definition approved by the board.
What's before us here under this A, before you get to the two recommended parts, is that the same as we have on the subdivision map act?
Yes, that is the exact same language we have in the subdivision code.
Okay, so that is the same language. A is the same language. Now, if we do the two recommended, then that would be an addition to what's on the subdivision map act that we require.
Yes.
And then the optional ones would obviously also be additional.
Yes.
And you've determined that options C through G are all legally accomplishable. It's just a matter of our policy.
This is strictly a policy definition.
Okay, so these are
all
all
within... It's not a legal issue.
Okay.
Yes.
But you said earlier that what, Title 17 or something? You said that's state law, we have to meet it. What are the minimum requirements that we have to do to meet that?
That's the second sentence. If you look down at subdivision B, you'll see that the second sentence in Title 17, or Code Section 17.04.030, which hasn't been a subject of discussion, but really is the more important part of this, says such actions shall be constructed to the standards of the Department of Public Works for the land use proposed.
Okay.
What I'm referring to there is that our fire life safety regs, which are codified at Chapter 8.110, those are state law requirements that have been vetted by the state.
Okay. That's what's required in Title 17.
Yes, there is a modification procedure in the fire life safety regs that grants the building official discretion to waive the road requirements if you make certain findings. But currently, but we also have road standards that apply from Chapter 12, and there's a modification request. So in the last few years where we've had road modification requests that go below the minimum standards of the fire life safety regs, it's been my opinion expressed to both the Public Works Department and the building official that the applicant needs to follow both procedures to get that modification, and we've done that once or twice over the last few years. You cannot waive the fire life safety regs. They're required by state law. So in addition to providing legal access, however you define it, there's an issue of whether or not they can comply with the minimum requirements in the fire life safety reg, which are designed for public health and safety. That hasn't been an issue in this discussion. I just pointed it out that that's a second requirement that we cannot overlook, and that's why it's in this particular list.
Janice, if I could also clarify, Tom, when she said that it's black letter law, not gray letter law, I think she was perhaps referring that it is in our county ordinances now, but you can change the county ordinance the way it reads.
I was simply referring to the fact that when you issue a building permit in the UBC, you need to comply with all applicable codes and laws, and that includes the zoning code. That's black letter law. What you have in the zoning code is up to you. Right.
So the zoning code already requires legal access. What we don't have is that defined.
We don't have it defined. And so that it has been an issue rarely over the years, but Bruce and I can both tell you that it's coming up pretty much more routinely. And I've had numerous attorneys come to me and tell me that I have to make a call on prescriptive access. And that sort of precipitated this issue that I felt that the board needs to make a decision on what they want and who makes that definite decision. Because I do not believe the county council's department should be making decisions on prescriptive access. It's something that's better left to the courts.
Okay, Steve?
On that last point, Is that also a matter of policy, or do you consider that a matter of law? And if so, if it's a matter of law, what are the precedents that guide us on this?
I would consider that a policy decision, but I would layer over that the legal requirements for when you go to court. And that is that you have a procedure called discovery, which is basically a method of gathering all the evidence that you're going to present to the decision maker, and also the fact that all the interested parties are required to participate in that proceeding. Generally what happens in my office is I get one person with one attorney coming into me and providing me with documents. I don't have the ability to have the other person participate. I don't know if I have all the documents, and it's a factual decision. It's not a legal decision. The court uses legal requirements set by primarily case law, but it's a factual decision that the court makes. And in the last few months, there have been at least one decision in this county where if you'd shown me those facts, I would have said there was prescriptive access, and the court said there wasn't.
Just to add to that, my office doesn't have the authority to resolve these questions with any finality. In other words, if we did make a decision, it would not be binding on the court.
So in that respect, I've always told those attorneys, I can't make that decision for you. So.
Okay, this helps me to my next question, which is there seem to be questions of liabilities regardless of what kind of decision we might make on this. There are, and I'm interested in your assessment of liabilities on two fronts. One, if do we have liabilities? Have we accrued liabilities directly to the county by permitting, by approving plans and building permits for places that don't have legal access? And secondly, if we make a change in course and it changes the status or buildability of some parcels, do we have liabilities in that regard?
I would say both those issues are fact-dependent, probably something that would be better discussed in a closed session item at this point. I couldn't give you a general answer to that. It would be basically dependent on the situation. I can tell you that under condemnation law, you basically have to lose all use of your property. And here, if there was a mechanism for you to go acquire the access, I would argue that we were not condemning your property.
Okay, any other comments from the board?
Janice, you said something a moment ago about the case was recently determined where the prescriptive easement was not legally binding, and you went further to say that had you seen the evidence, you would have concluded that it would have been. Can you elaborate on that?
That was, without going into the very detailed facts, which took many pages of decision, that had to do with access that a property owner had been using across somebody else's property. And what happens is when the property is sold, the person who wants to assert that access and have it perfected into a legal prescriptive access has to basically show continued use among all of the property owners. And the key is that it has to be an adverse use. And that term has been defined and further defined and changed over the years by the courts and by statute. There are now some statutes that apply to public prescriptive access that weren't in effect 10, 20 years ago. In that respect, it did appear that there was continued use over this person's property, but the court found that it wasn't a continuous adverse use, that in fact in the past, many, many, many years ago, there had been permission to use the property, and that alone made it was not a prescriptive access. So, and that's an unpublished, but it's a third DCA opinion. So it came from this county. Any other questions?
Maybe later.
Good morning, I'm Bill Schmidt, as you probably well know by now. I've been here for every single one of these meetings that we've had, and some where it wasn't on the agenda, trying to get this moved forward. I have two comments. I have a letter from Thule Barnum, who's the general manager of Placer Title. He was planning on giving this June 5th when this was supposed to be on the agenda. And I'll just read that on his behalf because he's at his grandson's graduation in Southern California. So this is Thule Barnum, this is not me. There's little question that given the scope of the recorded access issue, the county is proceeding along a path that is fundamentally wrong. First and foremost, it is important to keep this matter in the proper context by understanding that the access requirement is not a growth issue, but one that involves property rights for existing legal parcels. That's underlined. My remarks will focus on two primary reasons why the new enforcement policy and the amendment as proposed at the October 19, 2006 Planning Commission meeting are flawed. Number one, the inability of the building department to administer or interpret easements, which are very complex and have been subjected to a variety of inconsistent practices. A, easements appurtenant to land pass with transfer even though the easement is not expressly mentioned. B, easements over existing roads is an ambiguous phrase used in many of the older deeds and will most likely be the cause for the denial of a building permit. C, reaction by the county to the old Arolla Road is somewhat misguided. Even had there been an easement originally established, the continuous division of land could have resulted in a cause of action to extinguish same due to an overburdening use. D, Kellogg versus Garcia, which is case law established up at West Point in this county, October 2nd, 2002. The court expressed in their decision the fact that, quote, public policy underlies the establishment of an easement by necessity, which is to, underline, promote the productive use of land. The county seems to be making a statement that is quite contrary to this view in its denial of a building permit, which would deprive an individual's right to use their land as intended. 2, the financial impact. A, devaluation of unbuildable parcels would result in a downward assessment resulting in millions of dollars of lost revenue. B, cost of additional staff in the Surveyor County Counsel's office. C, extensive litigation. For example, inverse condemnation or other cause for the taking of property rights without just compensation that might evolve into a class action lawsuit that would be a costly defense and a waste of taxpayers' money. The perception that an access issue can simply be solved by pursuing a court adjudication for the prescriptive easement is very misleading. In order to obtain such a judgment, there are specific elements that are essential, such as a use that is hostile to the true owner. Therefore, if there's been permissive use of a roadway, it does not meet the test and cannot be the basis of a prescriptive easement. A recommended action. 1, amend zoning code 17.04.030 to only apply access requirement in situations when there is a concurrent rezoning request, thereby leaving existing parcels without additional requirements. 2, include in any of the proposed mitigating provisions an alternative for parcels without recorded access to be issued a building permit on the condition that the applicant would indemnify and relieve the county of any liability or responsibility resulting therefrom. Its conclusions. I would like you to bear in mind that a significant number of access problems have been created by government action. In rural areas where the origin of title was through issuance of land patents by the United States of America, no appurtenant easement rights were granted over the remaining government lands. In more recent times, the county failed to make access requirements a condition of approval for the division of lands. Therefore, it's incumbent on the local government to demonstrate leadership by seeking some means of mitigating and resolving this deficiency, rather than compounding the problem by imposing a needless hardship on the individual property owner. Now this is me. Okay, let's go back and review how we got to this point. Back in August of last year, a situation developed on Old Arolla Road where an applicant for an administrative use permit, a planning function, not a building function, was denied his permit based on the fact that the road did not meet the requirements for this administrative use. The applicant sought to gain an easement from the owner of the property at the head of Old Arolla Road and was rebuffed as to the size of the easement. The owner at the head of Old Arolla Road has been more than willing and has in fact granted easements along the existing road to other property owners there, but not the width that the county required for the issuance of the administrative use permit sought by the applicant. And I'm going to use the pejorative we. I'm also speaking for some people in my office who couldn't be here. So when you hear we, it's a few of us. We believe there's a huge difference between a building permit, which should be granted to anyone submitting plans that meet the building code, but the difference between a regular building permit and a conditional or administrative use permit is huge. One's a planning function and one's a building department function. If one can't meet the conditions of a conditional use, then by definition, no conditional use can occur. You have a piece of property where a winery is permitted, but if you can't do what you need to do to build that winery, you can't build one. The same is true of an administrative use permit. County Council believes that the zoning code requirement should be the same as the subdivision code requirement. Why? What purpose is served there? We believe this is an incorrect determination in that the parcels of land created and approved by the county in the past cannot now be disenfranchised by administrative fiat. This amounts to taking of entitlements already granted by the county and subject to the eminent domain laws. We believe there's substantial case law to back this up. All of the other counties that border Calaveras County do not even define the word access in their zoning code, with the exception of San Joaquin County, which defines access as accessible by public or private road. And we'd really like to see County Council cite the state law which permits their finding, but we don't think that exists. And I'm not a lawyer. In the original County Council memo, it stated there's no direct fiscal impact from the proposed changes. Well, I can tell you that there's definitely going to be a fiscal impact from this proposed action. I've had several property owners who own property already adversely affected by the de facto implementation of this policy, and they've indicated a strong desire to sue the county in a class action lawsuit. I said, why don't we wait and see what we can work out? So, if you can believe it or not, I've been a voice of moderation.
Noted.
Some of you know me too well.
Yes, laughter is noted as well.
Yeah. Others similarly affected will be filing applications with the assessor's office to have their property reassessed based on the diminished value caused by the administrative action of the Community Development Agency. And there's several of them in the room here today. And you as the Board of Equalization have to hear those eventually. So, you know, you want to get lunch rest, you might start ordering pizza in here. We believe the simplest solution to this issue is remove section 17.040.030 from the Calaveras County Zoning Code and match up with everybody else around us. We strongly believe that any new subdivision, of course, should meet today's requirement and don't think anything in Title 16 needs to be changed. We'd like you to consider this issue as a matter of principles and not personalities. And I think earlier in today's session, you know, we have, I mean, you guys you have your own strongly held principles, and that's cool. But we'd like to see this done on the basis of what's right for everybody, rather than, oh, I don't like him and we don't care about that guy, or there's nobody in my district that's affected by it, so I don't care about you. We'd also like to point out that in previous disputes about process, notably the septic system setback issue, a group of stakeholders and staff congregated and worked out language sufficient to mitigate the problem within a matter of weeks. The stakeholder and staff, as Stephanie mentioned, met once on this issue to no effect, and the staff failed to attend a later scheduled meeting. And it's now 10 months later since this topic first came to the attention of the board, and resolution has been delayed time after time. This does not feel or look like responsible or responsive government to us. We'd also like to mention that the regulation proposed by staff looks apparently like the same as it was when it was first proposed 8 months ago, and none of those affected by this proposal have been given advance notice. I mean, I'm going blind here because I don't know what Janice was referring to in the two proposals. It's sort of like, gee, I wonder what you're thinking, or wonder what they're thinking. And I wrote down here that fortunately no action can be taken at a study session, but apparently we're fast-tracking this for some, now we're in a hurry after 10 months. This situation has caused much grief for members of the public, and the proposed solution, in my opinion, is no solution at all. Please consider removing the definition of legal access from the zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If the CAO could arrange for some copies to be made, I don't know if you have someone that can get these distributed.
Do you have any questions for the last speaker? I agree with him. My name is Al Segala, real estate broker, Copperopolis.
Did you sign in too, Al?
Yeah, I did sign in. I spelled my name correctly.
Thank you.
And I'm also voice of moderation.
You didn't get as big a laugh.
When did that? Al, when did that start?
When does it start?
When did that moderation start?
Oh, when did that start? My dad told me when I was a little boy that he said, Albert, if 1,000 people say a foolish thing, it remains a foolish thing. I'm beginning to realize he was right. He was right. It doesn't make a difference whether you're a majority or minority. The main thing is the truth. If you stick with that, you stay out of trouble. In this case, we may have a mountain out of a molehill. There's some forces at work in the market economy that are in the process of correcting this. Everybody, and I'm sure everybody in this room agrees that the very best condition would be deeded access to every parcel. And that deeded access will be defined in its width and whether utilities will be included and such. I've been through this as a professional several times, and I've seen a tremendous legal expense, just wasted money because of, actually lack of foresight and creating problems where there really wasn't any. There are forces at work correcting this problem, and this has been ongoing for quite some time. One of those forces is our financial markets. The lenders want to have road maintenance agreements serving property or public roads serving property that they're going to put loans on. It makes sense. So when people want to finance their property, either construction or maybe refining a home, as an example, they're very much motivated to work with the neighbors to establish deeded, recorded easements, where before there were none. That doesn't mean that they were illegal, because California law does not allow property to be landlocked. So every property has a legal easement and a legal right of access over the the most logical access to a public road. So it's not a question of people not having legal access. They have that. The question is, are these to be recorded, and also the nature of them being recorded. I've seen many title reports and many properties that I've handled where easements were defined as over existing roads. So the easements are granted over existing roads. And then you have to define, at the time that was done, where was the existing road? Sometimes they change. So the process of correction is already underway. The resolution of disputes, this is not something that the county board of supervisors or the county should really get involved with, unless you're all attorneys. The the resolution of disputes between property owners needs to be handled by another part of our government, not the Board of Supervisors, and certainly not bureaucrats. You don't want to go to them for a solution. So the removal of that wording, as previously suggested, seems to be the most rational way to approach it. To remove people's rights to build on their property is very serious and very hurtful. It's a much greater violation of property rights than the servient property owner's desire not to have more traffic on an existing road. True, he has an issue, but neither one of these should be county issues, and county building permits should not be denied over any legal existing parcel. Thank you.
My name is George Marco, and I might be able to throw a little light on this, at least in the area of the Old Aurora Road. I used to own property out there, and when I purchased the property, and it's been a long time ago, but about 1977, 78, there was a county road there called Old Aurora Road. And I went to the Planning Commission, Calaveras County Planning Department, excuse me, and I asked them about the rights of that road. They said, well, we abandoned the road a few years back because of the New Maloney's lake going in there, but you still have, you are on a county road, so you still have all the same rights as you did. The government cannot landlock you. And we talked a little further, and they said, yeah, it was, we're not doing that anymore, by the way, because now when we abandon a road, we abandon it just for maintenance purposes, but not, it's still legally a county road. So I can't talk to all the other problems with this particular issue, but I know that the people on Old Aurora Road were actually on a county road at one time until the county abandoned it, and I'm led to believe that the government cannot landlock property. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Marco, did you sign in as well?
Yeah, I want to sign in.
Good morning. It's still morning. There are thousands of parcels that this amendment that you're about to put in will affect.
I'm sorry, did you state your name?
Marnell White.
Thank you very much.
I'm from the Angels, Copperopolis area. I'm closer to Russ, but I'm in Tom's district. And it will devalue every parcel that it affects if you can't do anything with your land. It will greatly limit the use of every parcel that it affects. And what has heretofore been a civil matter will become one overlaid with other regulations. In short, it really is an assault on private property rights, and it's initiated here by our own county government. And it will affect revenue not only for individuals, but for businesses and for this county as well. I would hope that you give serious consideration and a thorough public hearing to this action before you go ahead with it. It's been calculated that there are as many as 3,000 parcels that fall into this category, and that represents a direct loss to many, many of your constituents. Now, some such property owners have enjoyed what is called prescriptive easement. This is clearly defined by state law. It is established by open and notorious use for a period of 5 years, and it's recognized by the federal government. I figure my prescriptive easement goes back to about 1925 on the one piece that I'm concerned about, since I've heard you're going to do this. This amendment will not usurp their right to access, but it will curtail the use of their property because of the classification of that access. Owners of these parcels will not be allowed to do a property line adjustment, even if they have 2 patents and the most irregular boundary lines, which I have. A rectangle running right through a square diagonally, which is very rugged. And so it'd be nice to clean that up. Further, owners of these parcels will not be able to maintain their old family places or homesteads. If the land does not have a written easement, the county will not be allowed, or the county won't allow them to obtain any permit to repair or to rebuild. Therefore, this action could eventually result in loss of some of our historical heritage. And at all levels, laws that control what we can do should be reasonable. And this doesn't seem at all reasonable. And that's all I have. Unless you'd like to see the original patent I have on the Bonanza Gold Mine, which dates back to 1922, signed by Warren G. Harding.
Oh, wow.
Did Tom Tryon sign that?
Well, if I did, it's still valid.
Hello, I'm Jodine Mills-Gonzalez, and I work for Stark Realty. And the points that I want to make today, they have to do with a lot of the parcels that we have in our county that their legal access is through BLM properties. On these properties, what they do is they get a use permit, they pay their money, fill out an application, they get a use permit, so that their legal right to go across the roads that are on the BLM property, that is their legal access. I currently have a piece of property that is in escrow, that the whole escrow has been stopped and the value of the property has been pretty much left worthless because the county has told the new owner that they will not be allowed to get any building permits on that parcel. This isn't the only parcel that I've been involved in a transaction that this is the case with the property. I know, again, there's several of the supervisors that probably won't have to deal with these issues in their areas, but it really is something that you all need to think about. I spoke with John Skoll from the Bureau of Land Management this morning, and the way that they deal with these things, I've been told that, I'll kind of backtrack, the county's, one of their concerns is that if they go ahead and grant the building permit today, if the property that the Bureau of Land Management owns now is sold 20 or 30 years down the road, then that legal access can be gone. But that is not the case. The way that the BLM deals with things is they are required by law that if they have to convert any right-of-ways to a deeded access or deeded easement to the property owners upon sale of their property. So this really is kind of a moot point, and it's not a concern that the county should have in regards to those parcels. And there's, again, I think that there's hundreds of parcels at least in the county that are affected this way. You've got people who, they have their little, their family cabin sitting in the middle of national forest lands. If they can't get building permits, then I think that if they are kind of like me and a little bit of a rebel, they're just going to go ahead and do their remodels and do their building without permits. And then the county is going to lose the revenue from those permits. They're also going to probably have to sit and deal with a class action suit, which several people have mentioned, because these property owners are not going to lay down and take this without a fight. So I really think that you guys need to reconsider or perhaps consider all of the things that would be affected by your decisions.
Good morning, Board. My name is Chris Williams. I didn't really intend to address this, but because I am affected by it, I think I will. I agree fully with what Thule Barnum said and what Bill Schmidt said and what Al Segala said. I think you got the greatest spinmeister here since Bill Clinton about what a rush we're in, all of a sudden to do the same thing that we were going to do 10 months ago without really involving the stakeholders and bringing them in and listening to all this before you're presented with the possibility of taking action. But I'm going to try a different tactic here because I don't seem to be able to get anywhere with my particular points of view. So, throw me in the briar patch. I suggest that you adopt it, that you go ahead and adopt it. I've only got 6 quiet title actions going right now. I would have 100 after you do this. And I can hire a big staff. It's not funny. Quiet title actions are not funny. They cost people a lot of money. I think even the chairman knows that. You're never really sure of the outcome, even though you think you have all the equities in the case. So I think some of the solutions that have been suggested here earlier by Thule, by Bill, are good, but I wouldn't follow them. Thank you.
Can't sign in, no pen. David White, you heard from the commerce side of the family here, and now I got a few words to say. I heard Ms. Marino say that prescriptive easement is not a legal easement. I beg your pardon. Since I stood here 2 weeks ago, I went down to the Valley and I bought a new California real estate law book. It's very specific on how you get the prescriptive easement, and when you fulfill your obligation, you have an easement that is legal. It's recognized by the state of California. It's recognized. I just went through a battle with Bureau of Land Management and won. So it is a legal easement. Now, you can overlay this and deny me use of my land by some phony overlay of the county here. All it does is diminish the value of my land, and believe me, if I can't build on it, I'm going to come back at you. If the land has no value, then you can't tax me on it. Does that make sense? And then, as the man just mentioned, we've got a little bit of a legal problem here. I'm talking to some of the realtors here in the area. There's between 3,000 and 4,000 parcels that are involved here. How long does it take to do a quiet title action? Do you really want to throw 3,000 cases in front of our civil court? Because that's what it comes to. If she's demanding a legal deeded easement, the only way in which it can be done, and counsel, am I right? It's got to go to court.
Sir, I have to respond to questions from the board.
Huh?
I can only respond to questions from the board.
Oh, well, anybody, just use common sense. We cannot do anything without going to court and getting a legal opinion. 3,000 cases, what are we talking about? 15 years maybe to get through the court if one judge handles one every day? Think about what you're doing here before we jump into this. Now, the state says I have legal right. Now, you can put conditions on the width of the road for fire trucks and all this, you already do. That's no problem. Nobody has a problem with that. And if I can't manage to squeeze that out of my road, then I've got a problem. But this is a civil matter. Irregardless of what you do now, I got to go to court with the other landowner. So you people are out of the loop. I mean, you don't have anything to say about it. I got to go to court. So why are you even addressing this? And now what you're asking me is to prove that I'm right. Since when does a person have to prove they're not guilty of something in this country? I say I've got it. If you say I don't, prove it. Thank you.
My name's Gary Zuka. I'm the owner and winemaker of Zuka Mountain Vineyards. We have a 20-acre parcel on Arola Road, and I'd like to bring to your attention how your staff is interpreting the existing access. We have a prescriptive easement to our property. I've been in business out there making wine for 8 years. Late last year, I wrote a letter to the Alcoholic Beverage Control asking them to extend my licensed premise from the area where I now make wine down my property to another area that I have laid it out so I can bring in a mobile bottling truck. Apparently, the ABC talked to the county planners, and I got the following letter, dated December 12th, from Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control to me and my wife. The Calaveras County Planning Department objected to the informal premise expansion. ABC must deny your informal premise expansion request. I will prepare a report, and ABC will formally inform you of the denial, or you can withdraw your request at this time and resubmit when the land use issue has been settled. I did subsequently withdraw my request. Now, I'm not requesting a building permit. I've not requested expanding or changing the permitted use of my business. I've not asked for an administrative use permit. All I've asked for is to bring in a bottling truck 3 or 4 times a year. And the county planning department, based on their interpretation of existing regulations, denied me. This has had it has had a negative impact on the business. It's causing more use of Arola Road because now I have to take the wine off of there, bottle it, bring the cases back, when in fact I could do it on my property. Thank you.
Joe Kelly. As I recall, when I sat on the road ordinance committee about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, before it was abruptly stopped, that even now the road ordinance has a definition of access. If the new road ordinance comes up and goes through, then will that have to be changed to conformity with whatever comes in this document here, or that the plan Title 17 takes? There's something to think about. What other ordinances are going to have to be changed to meet? Now, I want to change this. A lot of people have been talking about the problems. I have a multiple problem. I've talked to Mr. Walensky about it. But here's what you have is, how are you going to help those saddled with these access to properties, those with accesses to properties with existing dwellings? You have fire safety and public resources code. Are you going to deal with it? How are you going to deal with a 10-foot wide access meeting minimum fire standards and road ordinance standards? There's a lot at stake here that comes into play, not just this change of Title 17. And there's where it is all, if it's hairy now with civil suits, it's going to come out like a hairy gorilla looking for a definition. How are you going to deal with potential contamination of a stormwater pollution prevention plan property by access neighbors? State Water's monitoring program violation can be very expensive for the property owner. What's his benefit to allow somebody to go through that might contaminate? And I have had contamination caused by those people. So how are you going to address that? There's a whole lot in this little staff report that's not addressed. How will you assist with cures to a specific problem? For example, I offered my neighbors a cure to Oleo Acres Road off Railroad Flat Road south of Banner Road, a cure to multiple problems. They even had their attorney there. Matter of fact, they were in my tentative parcel map hearing. When it came to who's paying, and I stated all of us mutually, their response was, no way, we'll use what we have. And I was trying to conduct an idea to take all the problems out there, cures about 3 of them. They come out, come across a problem piece, we toss in. I was actually going to give them an access all the way over to Banner Road, across my property. But we would all have to construct it mutually, financially. Nobody wanted anything to do with it. So it's been sitting there. I had to call year and a half ago or so by a neighbor who wanted to sell their property. They needed easement. I said, I can't do anything. I'm waiting to see what the county's going to do. So they have, since I understand, sold it, and the fellow's waiting apparently to see what the county's going to do too, or if he's going to have to come sue me. And then if it happens, oh well, it happens. But my particular case, their easement is there because under the law there's another section that allows them to use my property. The previous owner had it. I followed through a deed recordation with that allows them to be able to use it until I say no more. But then I've been told by a member of the former planning commission that, well, that road goes back well over 100 years. So it still is a problem in that what do they get to use for the width of that road? 10 feet? And yet the county was going to require 18 or 24 foot? Who gives up that or pays for that additional area of road? My parcel map up there required minimum access to Railroad Flat Road. I could not just go randomly and I had 4 or 5 parcels that actually came out to Railroad Flat Road. I could only have one access for one of the parcels across from Banner Road, and then I had to do a mutual access for my 2 northern parcels onto Railroad Flat Road, or it wasn't going to happen. My Banner Road properties, which also have availability of access to Railroad Flat Road, are to be accessed off Banner Road, which I find that's okay. Even if it were to be split later by someone else, that access could be handled that way. So that's what I'm telling you is not only the aggressive problem that's going on with just the concept of prescriptive easement, but how there has been cures tried to be implemented, but people are resistant to it because it's going to cost a dime. Everybody seems to think anymore that the developer is the responsible party. And the developer is not responsible party for those that are using his land in that respect. And I wish that people would get it together and start thinking, let's mutually do this thing for the benefit of the whole. And then it would also accommodate the county's request to keep access to Railroad Flat Road to a minimum. So those are my questions, is how are you going to help cure? I know what Mr. Walensky will do, and I certainly appreciate it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Dean Borger-Dolan, and I guess my problems are a little different than the rest. I'm referring to Struckman Road, east of the spur, west of the spur. Several people behind me are claiming access to my road. Nobody has an easement. When the Community Development or the Planning Commission gave Mr. Wainwright permit to cross my property with 400 trucks, campers, and vehicles. It was supposed to be a Class C road. That road has never been upgraded, and the traffic continues year after year. I don't know how the Board of Supervisors or the Planning Commission can issue a permit for a road that goes only part way through my property. Struckman Road ends about 200 yards from my property, and the rest of it is private property. The California law says anybody with a deeded easement has to use that easement. And everybody behind me has deeded easements. But all of them are too tight to build a road on their easement, and they want to use my road. And I don't think that's right.
Good morning. My name is Julie Moore, and I am Assistant Vice President with First American Title, and I'm the Division Sales Manager. And the reason I mention that is we also represent Alpine, Amador, Tuolumne, and Calaveras counties. So when you ask how these other counties are affected, we have numerous claims in all of these counties. Our underwriter attested, I spoke to him this morning, he wasn't able to make the meeting, resides and works here in Calaveras County. A number of the problems that we have is that the county has approved parcel maps without access, without recorded legal access. I definitely agree, and we do concur that that legal access needs to be defined for the public. We've had a number of cases where we've had clients who've gone to the county and have been told one thing, they don't have the access. We have been able to discover the maps, find the access, take it back, and the decision from the county has been rescinded. So this happens quite a bit. We have a number of claims that are currently open for access, and it is a real hardship on property owners, and I will attest to what Stephanie said too. There's many errors. It's cost a lot of time and money that's been lost with this process, and I think it definitely needs to be defined. So, but again, you know, one of the questions we have is, you know, who makes these decisions on the county's basis? When you walk into the building department, when you walk in, who does the research? I know it's been noted that there's been clerical people up there who probably don't have the right to make those decisions. Property owners do then go out and acquire thousands of dollars in legal fees. It also opens claims with us. You know, we actually are ensuring the title policy for access, but we're not providing access for them to obtain a building permit. And that's what many of them come back to us. Our policy does provide them their legal access, but the legal access is what is preventing them from getting a building permit. And that's not covered with our policy. And I think the public is also under a misconception that that's something that would be covered, and we want to make that clear as well. We have a number of lenders who require lenders' policies for these homeowners, whether they're doing a refinance or a construction, and based on information that has been listed in research, some of them will deny a loan for these people. And I think that that's something else that the county really needs to consider, because it does affect more than just the legal access. It does provide a lot of expense on a lot of people based on misrepresentation from the county when they go on, and depending on who they speak to at the clerk there. So, thank you.
You have to be listening carefully because of my accent, although I'm legal. My name is Michael Mihaly. I own a property with my wife on Aurora Road. We bought it 9 years ago. We have 135 acres, and we have a prescriptive easement coming and off. I think the county, when they dropped that road, and it wasn't probably any of you on the board at that time, dropped the hot potato, because there's some liability has to be here. On a 10-foot easement, you coming in, you have a fire. There's no way a fire truck can come in if somebody broke down or some problem on the road. And we had this a couple of years ago. Our security system went off. We weren't at home. The sheriff could not find the road. My son got a phone call in San Francisco. Where is that place? Since that, I myself installed a sign, a road sign, because we called the county and nothing happened. So now we have a road sign on the other side of the place. But I think the issue now, there are 6-7 houses in there. In one family, there are 4 children. There you have medical emergency. We had a fire actually a month ago, a chimney fire in our house. Unfortunately, the volunteer fire department from Velocity was very efficient. They were there in 15 minutes because nobody plugged them. You know, it was late at night. So I think that the county has some obligation to work this out somehow. I want to say, and I think most of our neighbors, that we want to be fair to the property owners that we cross coming in. But on the other hand, you know, he has to also understand that we live there. For instance, when we moved there, I put in 64 power and telephone poles because we found out after we bought the house that there were no telephone, which wasn't disclosed to us as natural business. So anyway, I urge the board to look into this strongly, that the owner doesn't want us to put in turnouts, for instance, on that easement that we're coming in. If you have a semi coming in with grapes, I have a Toyota Tundra, and I'm an amateur farmer, I'm a monkey with a few black angles. You cannot back up unless scratching your car. And we offer that we would, on our cost, make a turnout for can pull up and this type of thing. And I think the board should go out there and inspect that. There's a lot of money sitting there. It's 135 acres of grapes right now. And I think there's more coming in, not from me, but from others. And we basically don't receive anything from the county. The volunteer fire department came in, put my fire out in the chimney, but other than that, we would like to see where our taxes going. And I know we have to pay taxes, but we would like to see the board take more active involvement in this. There's a gate there and a fence that the owner claimed that his. That fence and that gate was put in when they put in the new Paris Ferry Road by the government. So if anything, that would be an easement to his property, or either I think you would call it. I'm not an attorney, I don't want to be, but I please ask the board to look into this very seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mihaly, did you sign it?
I signed it, right.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, board members. My name is Claudia Holzmer. I am the broker for Dorrington Realty. I have owned property in Calaveras County for over 22 years, and only in the last 3 years have become a permanent resident and recently purchased Dorrington Realty. I have several clients in the Dorrington Meadows area. You may or may not be familiar with it. All very concerned citizens. Most of the ones that are concerned at this point, obviously, are the ones with the unimproved property. If you take an opportunity to look at the parcel maps for Dorrington Meadows, you will see that at the time that subdivision was approved, there are easements for what is known as Brad King Road and Meadow Lane. They do not exist. The county never, in its infinite wisdom, accepted and dedicated those roads. At the time the subdivision map was approved, somebody failed to look at the adjacent subdivision map, which also shows Brad King Road, which was never accepted by the county. And people do have preliminary title reports with legal descriptions that show, quote unquote, a perpetual unobstructed easement. Unfortunately, when Dorrington Meadows was approved as a subdivision, somebody didn't bother to look at the adjacent parcels, and so your unobstructed easement has dead ends. One dead ends into 2 parcels of property in the meadows, and the other one dead ends into the Brad King Road on the other side of the creek that, again, was never accepted. So now these people go thinking, well, I've owned this property for 10 years, I'm either going to sell it or I'm trying to build on it, and they're finding out that that unobstructed perpetual easement that they have is worthless, and they're unable to obtain a permit. If you look at the Dorrington Meadow, it has been further chalked up, and there has been a dirt road there for a number of years, to the point that most people who've been there for 20, 30 years don't even know when the dirt road was cut in. The neighbors maintain that dirt road, but again, the county will not issue a permit. to anybody who now wants to build on that property, or to put in a septic system, or to put in a well. So you now have approximately 35 property owners at the back of the meadow who, according to the new guidelines that we're all trying to work with, do not have access regardless of what shows on the parcel map. 35 properties is probably a drop in the bucket to you compared to the size of this county, but I maintain to you that please do not try to approach this problem that everybody has been addressing this morning on a piecemeal basis. Do not approach it from the aspect of the ostrich with his head in the sand. We'll let each individual property owner take this issue to court, and we'll let the court settle it. I think the result will be disastrous. I think we will find that many, many of these property owners will file tax appeals. You, as not only the Board of Supervisors, but you sit as the Board of Equalization, you will be wrapped up in property tax appeals for years to come. You won't be able to handle the onslaught. There has to be a way that through a study group that we come together with some sort of a consensus as to what has been and what your goal is that you're trying to achieve by legal access, and how do we grandfather in some of these properties? How do we move forward to an ultimate goal, as opposed to 10 months ago, we went from green light to red light? Can we step back to yellow light and work on this problem to everybody's satisfaction? Thank you.
I like your new chairs, but the roads are all too narrow. Economy.
You've been eating really good, Lloyd.
Lloyd Griffin, and I'm here as a representative of the Association of Realtors, but I'm also here as a property owner that lives here in the county. And the first thing I want to make clear is that our organization had absolutely no input into this whatsoever. We were not consulted. We've not discussed it. We've never seen it before today. It leads me to believe, in looking at it for the short time that I have, that these are the recommendations and these are the options. But I don't believe anybody in the private sector has been consulted about what possible options there really could be. And I don't think we've had deliberations, including landowners and special interest groups, that are reflective on here. So I think, in my opinion, this is not a day to take an action. And I think, and we think, that you should have some study sessions. This issue is huge. The study session should be public, not a private meeting between Stephanie and 2 or 3 people or some group or that group, but the whole community. It needs to be a public study session, maybe a couple of them. This is a very big issue, and it reaches out into all sorts of things. And all the information needs to be gathered up before I think you guys can really make a decision that's good for the community, okay? And we need to keep in mind that a decision this big, affecting this many people, needs to be done for the benefit of the community and not to just simply to protect the county from some liability. And it seems like we overemphasize that to the point where we forget what we're really trying to accomplish. So that's my suggestion, and that's my hope, that we won't make any decisions today, that we will have some study sessions, that we can bring some people in. I've heard some very interesting ideas today from Julie Barnum and the other speakers that were here. And since Tuesday, when we received notice that this was on the agenda, we were emailing each other back and forth. I received an email from one of our members, Scott Bird, that references some lengthy discussions with Supervisor Walensky, in which some very interesting ideas are discussed and explored. they're not included on here as options and things to think about as well. So I think there's a lot of things out there that are yet uncovered. And that if we will spend the time, organize the study groups, that we can come up with a policy that will address your concerns and will also mitigate the impact on a huge number of property owners. And so that's really what we're hopeful for today. On a personal level, I want to tell you that I've got an example here of a case, and I'm sure that if we took the time to poll our membership, we could stand up here and we could give testimony about actual escrows and actual scenarios for days and days. So I'm beginning to wonder about the value and the impact of hearing all of everybody's personal experiences with this legal access issue, whether in the creation of a subdivision map, selling a piece of property, trying to refinance it, owners with concerns about traffic in front of their houses where it was never intended on prescriptive easements or whatever the case may be. Okay, so I'm going to forego giving my little story because I think there's too many of them. And if we really want to have a meeting where we all come in and tell our stories, you better schedule it for 2 or 3 days. Finally, I want to impress upon you that there will be a devaluation of property if you simply adopt this legal access definition and apply it to the existing code. Okay? I don't care when it was enacted or why it wasn't followed. It was never implemented. Now it's being implemented. That constitutes a substantial change in land use policy. The way in which property is sold, purchased, and used it's critical to that one issue. And if you continue, there will be a devaluation of property. Subsequent to that, there will be property owner rage, I can guarantee you. Okay? There won't be any way to sidestep that. So I think it's a very, very serious matter, and we need to step back, invite the community in, try to find an answer to this or a solution to this without damaging anybody that we don't have to. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
How about template F, 60 feet? Will that be?
56 would work.
All right.
Good morning. My name is Howard Burrows. I suspect that I am probably the individual referenced on the memo from the Community Development Agency regarding the individual that wrote numerous officials in the county a letter last August asking for the clarification of the policy on the issuance of permits to parcels for which there was no proof of legal access. I'm a little concerned by what I've read in this proposal. I find that there's a lot of ambiguity in it and a lot of vagary, and it really opens Pandora's box to a lot of abuse going forward. And I think it is incumbent upon you to really evaluate this with close scrutiny and make a very, very educated decision on what the right thing to do is. I mean, I'm very much a proponent of property rights, and there are two sides to that coin. There are those that there are those that own land across which people must travel in order to access their parcels for which they do not have legal access, and then there are those who have parcels over which they need to cross someone's land in order to get to them for which they don't have legal access. And I'm kind of a proponent that I think a basic first requirement of any kind of responsible land use is proof of legal access. I want to just set the record straight regarding Arola Road. I have been working very, very hard and diligently over the course of the last year, almost 2 years, to grant these people, deeded, express deeded, easements to their property. At my own expense, I've hired a surveyor. to have the road surveyed and a legal description created. I am working with my lawyer in Sonora to draft the terms of the conditions of the easement. And, I don't know where Bill Smith came up with his statement that I have granted some people easements and other people not easement. Everyone down Arola Road will get the exact same easement. I want nothing more than to solve this issue once and for all. I don't enjoy dealing with it. I don't enjoy being accused of, I'm deriving pleasure from, manipulating these people. I have done nothing to really, interfere with them. But my property rights have been severely damaged by this. I've tried to run cattle on my property. Arola Road has always had a gate at the entrance of it. And these individuals that must travel down this road refuse to close my gate. There has been a gate at the entrance of Arola Road for 100 years since, the Mitchells, and the Arolas, owned that property. In terms of, the county abandoning the easement, it is very true. But at the time the county abandoned the easement, there were two people, down there. There was the Arolas, who lived in the old Arola Ranch, and then there were the Mitchells. There was one homestead down that road. Since then, it has been subdivided numerous times, and the interest in what happens down there has changed immensely. And so it's definitely created a conflict to which I'm actively trying to resolve it. And to this date, there isn't a resolution, but I'm confident that we will get to the point that there is a resolution. I came prepared to address several of the points in this this modification, just to point out that there's a lot of ambiguity here, in terms of what it would mean to remodel, repair, replace. That is so ambiguous and undefined as to allow someone to basically remodel their 2,000 square foot home, tear down everything but one wall and construct a 10,000 square foot mega mansion. And in so doing, they're going to incur a lot of traffic across the road for which they have no liability to maintain it, no obligation to close a gate, so one can use their land in the manner in which they intend to use it. And at the end of the day, they increase the traffic on the road to which no compensation or obligation on the part of those crossing the land is being considered. So as you consider this, I hear the arguments of all the people for which they're impacted by this, and I sympathize with them. But there are two sides to this coin, and there are those across which they must grant access or are granting access, allowing people to travel, and the situation becomes very abusive over time and leads to problems. If you allow this to go unchecked and you allow people to continue to issue permits where there is no proof of legal access, you are really opening the door to a lot of additional problems further down the road. Anyone who's looked into the definition of prescriptive easement, it's largely defined on existing use. If you allow the existing use of these parcels to which there is no proof of legal access to continue, you are negatively impacting those who own private land across which these individuals must travel. If you allow additional buildings to be defined on parcels for which there are no legal access, and they go to court and they get a prescriptive easement to the property in terms of its existing use. Its existing use is very different today than it was 5 years ago, than it was 10 years ago. You just can't let this go unchecked. And I really urge, I think your current policy is right on, that until these issues get resolved, it should stay this way. There shouldn't be the issuance of permits when it's so undefined and so ambiguous that people cannot provide proof of legal access. The memo stated that many existing property owners may not be able to easily provide proof of access. I would hypothesize they can't easily provide proof of access because they don't have it. And the inability to easily provide proof shouldn't really be the issue here. I mean, you either have legal access or you do not have legal access. And if a permittee cannot provide proof of legal access, the county should not provide exemptions that will only complicate the matter, perpetuate and exacerbate the problem. I mean, it is not a remedy to the problem. And, we're not at a point where we have a solution to this problem. But I think the right approach is what you're doing today. stop any, further growth in this regard, development in this regard, until it's defined. And once it's defined, those who disagree can go in their direction, and those who agree can go in their own direction. But, this gray zone is very destructive, and either way you go, it's likely to result in lawsuits and litigation, and it's a mess, and it's unfortunate that exists. But, what's happened in the past is no excuse to, allow it to continue to perpetuate into the future. And I really encourage you to look, closely at this. And kind of in summary, a lot of what I've heard is people failing to read the fine print when they go into a real estate transaction. There is nothing hidden here at all. Anyone who wants to really, understand the access situation to their parcel, it's very easy for them to determine. If I sign a legal contract and I don't read the fine print, I can't go back later and say, hey, cut me some slack because I didn't read the fine print. If I take out, if I get a credit card and I refuse to pay my bills and, my credit is destroyed, I can't go to financial institutions and say, hey, cut me a little slack. I just didn't feel like paying the bills that much that month. Real estate agents want to quickly close transactions, in a certain regard without full regard to, the legal situation. I think, we all pay heavy fees when we go into a real estate transaction. We expect them to fully, represent us. And I think the title companies, want some leniency, in terms of their obligations and liability as well. These exemptions are not a remedy to the problem. And, in my opinion, will only lead to greater problems down the road. Thank you.
I would appreciate if you let me clarify something that was just said about the offer of easements.
Restate your name, please, for the record.
George Marco. I was up here earlier. There was a parcel on Old Roller Road that was at escrow, sold for $1.2 million, a large parcel, 170-some acres. The escrow did not close because of the easement problem. This particular owner, who has preceded me a few months later, came and offered my client an easement, and he offered him half of what what the escrow was sold for previously. So I feel that there's more to it than he's offered easement. There's been a lot. He offered an easement maybe, but he offered half what somebody else was willing to pay for it beforehand.
Good morning. I'm Mike Gallardo from McCallum Hill. And no, I won't abbreviate McCallum Hill. You don't get to abbreviate McCallum Hill. I have there's a lot of discussion here about Arolla Road, which I really didn't have much interest in, but other than just for clarification, is Arolla Road the old Highway 49 that went to the town of Maloney's before they built the new Maloney's Road? Just so I know what it is.
No, it's a different.
Where is Arolla Road?
Right before you drop down to the bridge on Parrots Ferry, it's off to the right. At the top of the hill, right before you drop down.
Out of
It went to Babarola's old ranch.
Okay, I was on the wrong road. Thanks for getting me back on track. A couple of questions. Mine will be brief. I question whether the fire safe ordinance can be used to keep somebody from using their property without giving them some kind of a remedy. But without regard to that, just before, I have some experience that I learned over the period of years regarding roads. And sometime just before Tom Tryon became a board member, I believe it was 1851. And I have a copy of this ordinance, by the way, if I can find it again. The Board of Supervisors, using the authority granted by the federal government, claimed all roads existing at that time between the fences. and I've been led to believe that Highway 26, leading from Toyon to the other side of West Point into Amador County, is prescriptive. I also recall when some employees of the federal government, Forest Service I think it was, in the environmental cultists in Georgia Pacific thought it was appropriate to keep citizens off of federal land and other land and using roads. The Local Transportation Commission funded a study, which I believe there's a copy in the Public Works Department that can be had, showing all the old roads that were adopted under the Homestead Act, the Forest Practices or Forests Act, and the Mining Act of the 1870s. So there's a list of all those. And I also know that in the Public Works Department, under the protection of our Director of Public Works, there's a 1904 map of the road districts of Calaveras County showing the roads that were maintained by the county. And I think you'll find that that to be quite interesting. But what really brings me here is I was quite interested in this, and I couldn't find a copy of this. I guess it wasn't available until just now, and I'll go read it and see what it says. The other thing is it appears to me that staff takes a lot of direction and runs with the direction given in study sessions. And I would request, for the interest of the public, that you record those study sessions and you make it available to the public through our community television. Thank you very much.
Bill Schmidt for about 10 seconds. I just want to apologize to Mr. Burrows in public in front of you. I meant no disrespect to him in terms of what he's trying to accomplish on our Old Arolla Road. I believe he's actually trying to work a solution. That's what I had heard from people that live on Old Arolla Road, and if I misspoke and impugned his good character, then I would like to withdraw that. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Rasmussen. I'm a realtor with Vintage Realty, but also I'm a Arolla. Family's been here for a number of years. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but I thought we might bring something that when I originally created a 20-acre parcel out on Whittle Road, it's zoned A1, and we were required to drill a well in order to create that parcel. And in fact, I think during my negative deck hearing, I brought something up, I think to Tom, or the board at the time, and I said, it's zoned A1, I've got a spring on there. Grandpa's used that spring for 100 years. If I wanted to run cattle on it, why do I got to drill a well? And he said, well, if you build a house, we need to prove there's water for that house. I said, well, why don't you require that at the building permit stage? And the answer that was given to me from the board at that time was, the creation of a parcel is a legislative act. The issuance of a building permit is an administrative act. And I said, okay, I'll go ahead and I'll drill my well. You know, and we went ahead and did it. So I was really making a point that it seemed like if I was going to habitate that house, it should be provided at the building permit stage. But the legislative issue was brought up on creating a parcel. And it just seems like if we are going to require that legal access be shown, and I realize, I mean, we're on a slippery slope either way we take this thing. Let's say, for instance, I mean, it's a ludicrous scenario, but if I were going to had a piece of property and I was a helicopter pilot and I wanted to fly into my parcel, and you said, you can't build. It seems like, I mean, definitely there's going to be legal challenges on all this, but it just seems like the legislative issue on creating a parcel is different than the administrative policy of issuing a building permit. And it seems pretty simple. It's a complex issue, but when we get down to the nuts and bolts of it, versus legislative versus administrative, seems simple to me. I thought I'd just bring that up. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bud Hoekstra. And legal access has generated 6 easement issues at my farm. And I don't know what you can do about them. You're obviously inheriting problems from the past that you're trying to deal with this legal access requirements. And I don't see any solution in this. The problems are going to remain whether you have legal access requirements or not. But what I'd like to share with you right now is some of the problems that came about because of this requirement. And some of these problems would have occurred anyway, but it'll give you some idea of how this is used and abused already. Our farm is just a few acres, and it's out in Glencoe. And we're off Deerdorf Road, which dates back to the Civil War days, one of the first roads in the county. And most of the surveys out there are not very accurate. In fact, we are technically off Wolverine Mine Road, which is off Deerdorf Road. And Wolverine Mine Road is actually, it has a plat map. It's surveyed, got a center line with coordinates, and goes back to my farm. It also starts on my farm on one portion and goes through 2 other parcels and then back to my farm. Well, the road actually ends before it gets to my farm the second time. And so it's rather landlocked because it doesn't cross my farm, and before it hits my farm, it crosses a neighbor's property where there's no survey or deed. And so this entire road is landlocked. And the story I have to tell about is the easement that continues on from Wolverine Mine Road across my farm to my neighbor's property, Vicki Bowie. And Vicki's been a good neighbor, and she doesn't live there. She's been kind of a summer home for decades for her, and we've been on good terms with her. And she put her property up for sale with Jackson Realty. And one day she called, and that's been about a year ago, and she said, you know, can we extend Wolverine Mine Road, which is 50 feet wide, across to my property? And I said, sure, that's fine. We can do that if you want to put a covenant in your deed that you won't subdivide your acreage over there. And she was happy with that, and she agreed to it. However, the property was up for sale, and one of the co-owners of Jackson Realty was buying it. And they didn't particularly want the 16-foot wide broadbent easement, which is recorded and goes from Wolverine Mine Road across my farm to the Bowie property. And this easement, there's like 4 recordings of it over the years here in Calaveras County. And it's a little bit nebulous. The instruments weren't well written. For example, the road goes over my farm, then touches BLM land, but the document says Forest Service. So there are some glaring mistakes in the instrument that would make it an implied easement rather than a legal easement. Well, since Jackson Realty was buying it, the realtor called us up and said, would you come over to my house and, quote, hear me out? And so we went over there, and we got confronted with an easement paper slapped down on the table in front of us, and we were told that Vicki's property was landlocked, and that the Supreme Court says that you can't have landlocked property, and we had to sign over an easement because the land sale was pressing and we needed to do it right away. And of course, we refused to do that, and I said I would research it. And I kept mentioning Broadbent Road, and this road is recorded. It's 16 feet wide. And, well, a couple of days later, we started getting phone calls from Jackson Realty saying if we didn't sign, we were going to court. And the phone calls continued. Sometimes we had as many as 3 messages of this kind on the answering machine at the end of the day. And we started having problems. For instance, the realtor started calling my wife, who works for the county, at the library. She's a library director for the county. And started leaving messages at the branch library in order to pressure me into getting that paper signed and that easement, larger easement, turned over. Now, there was a reason for wanting that larger easement. Our properties sit next to BLM land, which is, well, in the current EIS, they're going to put that up for sale, and it could be sold to a developer, and it's a very good land for development. And a 16-foot wide easement for my farm is the only access to that. And it's not wide enough for development. The county requires a 50-foot wide easement to put in a road through there if the BLM land was sold off to a developer and it were subdivided and developed. So they needed a larger easement to develop that land if it became available. And so we were being pressured into giving the larger easement to the neighbor, which would have enabled the development of this BLM land, which is actually slated for development in the current BLM EIS. Well, things continued on, and we started being pressured. For example, the realtor took the lock off the main gate, and eventually the lawyer for the realty sent us a letter saying, you got to sign this or I'm hauling you into court. Well, I ignored that. And I went to the title company that insures us, and the title company, abstract, of course, refers to Broadbent Road, 16 feet wide, and so we know that road exists. And it turns out that the title companies disagree on the road. One of them said it didn't exist, and the other one said it did, even though it's recorded. And so the problem appears to have been in the recording, that the title companies didn't quite know exactly what was going down out there. And the funny thing is, they were demanding this easement for us, and they didn't realize, either title company, that the road is landlocked to begin with, and they missed that altogether. And that, of course, is due to the fuzziness over the years of these surveys, which are often 2 or 3 acres off. Well, this has just continued on. I can continue on with the, all the problems associated with this, including the fact I went to my title company and I said, I need a letter, and they don't believe me that Broadbent exists, and they said, well, go to a lawyer, and I went to a lawyer, and he said he'd write a letter for $150 and send it to him. But after he wrote the letter, the other lawyer the opposing lawyer went and met with them, and they talked at the title companies to try to iron out the title companies' mistakes. And then I got a bill for $1,500 instead of $150. It was done on my dollar, and I was a little bit angry about that. And this has continued on. I obviously dumped the lawyer, or rather he dumped me. And I'm still working with this Jackson lawyer, and most recently his office burnt down, so he told me he lost all the papers.
Where were you that night?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was arson. Anyway, most recently this week, I got a letter from one of the title companies saying they made another mistake. And so we're correcting the description again, and this will be about the fourth correction on this stuff. And I get a little bit annoyed by the time that's lost in trying to give this easement over to Vicki. And all we're doing now is correcting the easement, which is already recorded, and trying to correct the implied easement. And I think it's the title companies worried that I had a tort claim, and so they want to, ameliorate any potential liability they have there. So the result here is that I've spent hours and hours and hours over 12 months trying to straighten this out. The easement already exists on paper, and it's recorded. We've lost, the current attorney is going to reimburse us for the community gate padlock that was stolen. All the others, Vicki has very kindly offered to reimburse us for the lawyer's fees. And here we are, we still haven't solved the problem yet. And it's basically the whole thing started with the title companies because they wouldn't insure Vicki's property during the sale because of this new requirement, the legal access requirements. And when that didn't happen, that's what triggered the whole thing. But it gives you some idea of what shenanigans go on behind the scenes when a rule like this comes out and how it changes the face of relations in a community. And obviously we feel a little bit hurt because all the time that we spent, it's not like we haven't cooperated. It's not like we didn't offer them what they wanted. They just rejected everything and wanted things, well, they were based on mistakes and misreadings and oversights and shortcomings, and none of that is my fault. And it's had a terrible impact on my life and my time. So I just wanted to share that with you, that all the consequences of this, the hidden consequences of the rule like this, and I don't see how you can go forward without it, but I don't see how it's going to solve any of the problems out there on the ground either. Thank you very much for listening.
I have just another moment. I want to address this man just reinforced everything I've said previously. This is a civil matter. It doesn't involve you. It's between him and the title company, the other landowner. Another misconception here seems to be on the another gentleman brought up about this county roads are basically prescriptive easements. Unless you guys bought right away to widen the road, every landowner on either side of the road owns the center line. The county does not have a deed to that ground, so simply by that statute, it is a prescriptive easement. Now I know after the county's maintained it a little bit, they have another name, but it's still a prescriptive easement. Highway 4, Milton Road, Rock Creek Road, Pool Station, you name it. They're all prescriptive easements. We're going to cut everybody off on those roads because they don't have a deed to it. And the other thing that struck me on these prescriptive easements, it's spelled out very clearly if you read the California State Real Estate Code law on it. The dominant tenant is the person who the easement serves. The serving tenant is the tenant as the property the easement crosses. And under California law, the dominant tenant is responsible for the maintenance of that road, period. The serving tenant has no obligation whatsoever to maintain that road. It's up to the dominant tenant. And this law is the most current copy I could find, is copyrighted in 2006. So I believe it's a fairly current law. And everything I've read in it, nothing has changed from one I've got basically in 1979 to 2006.
So these laws are in effect. They have teeth in them. The only way that a prescriptive easement can be revoked is by non-use for 5 years. Written out specifically. The only other way that that can be revoked is if the dominant tenant serves notice to the serving tenant that he is going to abandon it. Then it can be abandoned if it does not landlock the property. If it landlocks the property, under state law, you can't landlock the property. And that's it. Thank you. Oh, excuse me, one other thing. One other thing. I had this thrown in my face. The county, in their infinite wisdom, somewhere around 1887, and I think Mr. Giles back there, he knows about it, the county did an override of all prescriptive right-of-ways, and they would be 50 feet wide. Now, Mr. Giles says there's some concern over that. He told me that whether it's really legal or not, but it's there. It's been there since 1887. Thank you.
I wanted to add to that. It is very unclear by most residents in the county who maintains an easement and who doesn't. And it is not the landowner that maintains it, it's the person that uses it that maintains the easement. And I know I've had some curious problems associated with that as well. For example, I was just talking about my issue with Vicki, my neighbor, and myself. And her property was served by Humbug Creek Road. And my phone lines to my farm come down Humbug Creek Road, but the county abandoned Humbug Creek Road, so it no longer accesses her property. And the Broadbent Road, when we moved to the farm, was not passable. It was at best a seasonal road. And I got together with Vicki, and we put in a culvert. I actually paid for the culvert, even though I don't use it. It was on my land, and I didn't need to do that. It's up to her to pay for it, and I put it in. And when you look at the situation throughout the county on these easements and these road maintenance deals, most people are not familiar with the obligations of the user and what they have to do to maintain it. And this is going to be a problem for the county down the road. It's already a problem, for instance, in San Joaquin County, where the Air Resources Board has stepped in with special rules to keep down the PM10s that are kicked up by use of those dirt and gravel roads. And that's eventually coming to this county. And so road maintenance is going to become an issue back and forth with a lot of neighbors that have an easement. As for my part, we have a farm, and I have from the Regional Water Quality Control Board a permit to, quote, discharge. And this discharge, it's called a waiver of discharge, actually, is when I file my annual report, I report on the amount of runoff that is contaminated with sediment from the use of these easements. And eventually, I expect that there's going to be a problem with these roads, these easements, in regard to water quality. And so that's something else the county can look forward to in these legal accesses, is how it's going to affect these egg waivers and the Air Resources Board restrictions when they come into play.
My name is Eric Glanville. I've been a real estate broker in this county for about 19 years now. And I just have a couple questions. Somebody asked the question before about whether this was a state issue or a county issue. I really didn't understand what the answer to that was. I mean, can we change this, or is this a state mandate on the legal access issue?
Okay, we're going to try to answer all of the questions.
Okay, because it came up before. So, I mean, if we can change it, that's great. I mean, if you can't change it, then you can't. We've been, how long did the county issue permits before we got into the legal access?
Eric, you're addressing the board now. We'll get back to all these questions.
So we can't ask any questions?
This is not a question-answer session. Okay. No, this is 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'm writing your questions and I'll
Okay.
address them.
How long did the county issue permits without the legal access issue being an issue? I know you started having an issue of it maybe 10 months ago, a year ago. Okay, during the preceding time, if you know the answer to this, maybe a rough idea, how many lawsuits were initiated because of the issuance of these permits as related to legal access issues? Okay. Being here 19 years, personally I don't know of any, but I can see a zillion of them coming down the road if you start doing this. If the county was, I'm going to put it this way, if the county was out of the legal access business for years and years and years, there was probably a reason for that because of all the problems you can see coming up now. My suggestion would be get back out of the legal access business because you're going to have nothing but problems coming down the road. Thanks.
I'm Al Segal. I previously spoke, and I have a question that a supervisor needs to ask our county council because I'm not able to do so, but I'm paying for him anyway because I'm a taxpayer. All right, it's a real simple question. In the cases where there's unrecorded easements, which are either prescriptive or easements of necessity, are those legal easements? Short question. And if a supervisor asks him that, he probably can answer it in just 2 minutes.
Are there any other comments from the public?
I'm Donna Rowley, and I would just like to remind you that there's not always a private party 1 acre parcel that's being crossed. Sometimes it's Sierra Pacific Industries that's being crossed to get to your property. They're not going to put an access on your grant deed. We've gotten away from I think the point of this is what is the definition of illegal access. And sometimes you have to go across the Stanislaus National Forest to access your property. They also are not going to give you legal access on your grant deed that the county is requiring right now. Thank you.
My name is Kathy Batchelor, and I'm the president of the Association of Realtors, and I also was a MA private property owner. I think that we've heard a lot of discussion here today, and I would like to reiterate something that Lloyd said earlier. There are a lot of people with a lot of individual things that need to be addressed, and I think I'm incredibly thankful that all those people showed up today with issues that have not come to light before, or the intent that many people might have these issues that need to be dealt with. But I would like to suggest to you that this was not advertised as a study session, and I really do think you need to have one or more, Lord knows how many more. And I would encourage you to pass not pass this board action today, but to defer it to study sessions at a later point and advertise it in the effect that more and more people would be able to attend, because of the late notices that we get as some of us receive board agendas is not enough time for us to generate enough people that might have these issues that would like to come and speak to you. Thank you.
Any other member of the public have comments regarding this issue? Okay, here we go. Are you ready, Stephanie?
I think so.
Okay, thanks.
Before I start, I wanted to reiterate again that the board is not being asked to amend the ordinance today. The board is being asked to adopt a minute order that would start the public hearing process. So what happens from here on, if the board were to do that, is that the public hearing process would begin through the Planning Commission. There is, however, an opportunity if you would want to have a study session to try to draft more information out of that. Typically, you don't take action in study sessions, so if we set up the study session, then we would still have to come back to this point after that in order to start the public hearing process. There's also an opportunity if you wanted to adopt the initiation of the public hearing process to still do stakeholder groups in between now and the time that it goes to Planning Commission based on whatever feedback you give us today. It's of little or no value for us to have a stakeholder meeting in which we don't know how to represent the county's opinion or interests in this. We can take input, but we can't respond because we really don't know how the county feels about the issue. So we're hoping to get some input so that we could, on what is here as possible options or what other options you have in order for us to be able to formulate some better ideas. And those are what would indeed go to the public hearing process. So I just wanted to reiterate that. I'm not sure still that everybody in the audience understands that piece of it. Relative to Speaker 1, made a comment that we do not require legal access for new lot creation, and I heard that repeated several times. I do not believe that is correct, but I will check. I believe that legal access is required for new lot creation. There were times in the past where perhaps it was not, and we saw a lot of 4-by splits in the 70s and 80s that probably did not, but at this point in time we do require legal access for that, and I think Bob Selman can confirm that. When the staff report says there's no direct fiscal impact, I just want to reiterate, it does say direct fiscal impact, and what that was is the fiscal impact, that's a standard part of the staff report, as to the board starting the public hearing process. We were not making a comment on the fiscal impact from the board actually amending the ordinance at a later date. Relative to speaker number 3, Mr. Marco made an excellent point as to the abandonment of previous county roads. We've come across this a few times, and I think that the county has perhaps left some ambiguities when they've abandoned county roads for maintenance, that they have not made it clear perhaps in all documents that they're reserving the right for public access. And we have a number of people that have this problem, and perhaps that's an issue that could be addressed through the Public Works department on how they do the language for the abandonment to make it clear that people are reserving the right of public access. That was not a part of this, but I think it's an excellent point that needs to be addressed. To my understanding, but I think that Janice or Bruce could confirm this, there is no change to boundary line adjustments as a result of this approval. Those are through the different process. There's no building permit necessarily being on lot line adjustments, and nothing that we've changed would impact lot line adjustments. This is all about building permits being issued. Speaker 5 brought up about BLM, and I agree with her that we should check with BLM to see what their rules are. I just recently looked at a patent that had been described to me that BLM was granting a right of access, and indeed that was not the case when I read the patent. It was BLM reserving a right of access and granting the property to the property owner, which gives them legal access. So it's possible that we could clarify some of these BLM issues by merely getting a policy interpretation from them on what they're doing with these patents. Again, clarify that we are not, Speaker 6, we are not adopting any changes today. We are just merely asking the board to initiate the public hearing process. Speaker 7, I do not believe I ever said that a prescriptive easement is not a legal easement. I don't think I addressed that in my comments, and so I just wanted to correct that. The estimate of 3,000 to 4,000 parcels involved, we really don't know how many parcels involved. It could be less, it could be more. There has been, to my knowledge, no tracking of this issue. It would be a monumental task for us to go back and even try to attempt it. So I just wanted to clarify for when these figures start getting repeated that this is a guesstimate at best. It is not based in any documentation that we have in the county. I was unfamiliar with Mr. Zuka's ABC issue, and I will talk to staff about what the issue was on his denial of permit. Speaker 9 asked about the impact on other ordinances. When we adopt an ordinance, we are supposed to make sure that it is consistent with other ordinances so we don't create inconsistencies. So when this is finally adopted, whatever the board does do, if they take the requirement out, if they amend the requirement, it would have to be reviewed by County Counsel's office for consistency, that it's not creating conflicts with road ordinances and other things. Speaker 10 represented the minority viewpoint here, but nevertheless the other constituency that I talked about the people that own property and have not necessarily wanted to extend access over it and feel that they should be have some control over people crossing their property. Again, Speaker number 11 talked about the county has allowed parcel maps without deeded access, and again, I do not believe that is currently happening, but I would like specific examples from any member of the public, because if it is, I'd like to get that corrected. Speaker 12 and 15 also represented the property owners who have people going across their property. Speaker 13 talked about the 35 properties up in Dorrington area. That is I'm not sure about that specific situation. I would like to take a look at that. One of the problems that we found is that our permit tech staff are supposed to be able to say, yes, this is proof of legal access and we'll accept it. We expect them to call in Bob Selman or another senior planner to come out to the counter if they think that there is not legal access. And I don't think this has always happened. So it's possible, and in fact likely, that some people have been turned away at the counter that should not have been. So it's important, and I hope the press will pick this up, that when people come into our office that they do ask for our planning staff and get an opinion from our planning staff whenever possible. It's not always going to fix the problem, but at least they may not be sent away in error. And I would like to take a look at this particular map. Mr. Burrows, Speaker 15, brought up a lot of issues relative, was articulate about some of the issues on the other side. We've had many speakers talk about the problems for property owners. This talks about the other problems, and the reason that we've been struggling with this and trying to find some balance on the property rights issues, because there are property rights on both sides. I would say that we would need to take a look at, before we come in with actual amendments to the Planning Commission, if the board chooses to go that route, that we would want to take a look at this report that Mr. Dorado talks about that was commissioned by LTC. And hopefully that would clear up some issues and may actually give us some creative language to use in defining what legal access might be. Speaker number 19, Mr. Rasmussen, again accurately described that there's a difference between the types of action that the county takes. The discretionary permits are on lot creation. Building permits are considered ministerial. However, you have the right to build subject to meeting the codes that are in place at the time relative to the building of that house, and this would be one of those codes. So that is why it applies as opposed to not being a discretionary permit. Mr. Landville, Speaker 23, I believe that the county has adopted the requirement for proof of legal access in Title 17, and perhaps Janice can clarify this. So it is a county requirement that we are providing legal access. There may be other state issues involved, as Janice said earlier, but the actual requirement for legal access shows in our county code. And that is the proof of legal access that's required. The fire safety issues that were talked about earlier are state regs, and we do have some requirements, minimum requirements there. We can't waive those codes, but we can, as she stated earlier, make findings and provide mitigations so people can use those roads. I don't know how long, what the gap was in between the time we stopped requiring legal access and started again. I know that it came to our attention last August that we started requiring. So that predates my time here when they did require it and then when they suspended requirements. And again, that's anecdotal information that I was provided. Speaker 24 asked a question of County Council, so I'll leave that to him to answer. Speaker 25, Ms. Raleigh said that we've gotten away from what we're trying to do, which is the definition of legal access. And actually, I think on the table is whether or not we want to require it, and if we do want to require it, what the definition will be. So it's really a two-part question. And again, this is an opportunity for people to talk. Not everybody was here. There will be public hearings at a later date. We can also do stakeholder meetings if you'd like us to gather more input after you give us an indication of what you would like to see. It's whatever you would like to do, but this is not the only opportunity, regardless of the board's action today, for people to comment on this. There'll be at least 2 more public hearings, one in front of the Planning Commission, one in front of the Board of Supervisors, before any change can be adopted. In fact, an ordinance change, I believe, County Council can speak to this, requires the first and second readings. So there's actually 3 opportunities for the public to comment on any proposed changes to the ordinance. I think that was everything.
Thank you very much. And thank all of you for your patience. I see there are some seats available now. Are there comments from any other staff before we take comments from the board?
In answer to the gentleman's question?
That would be nice.
The short answer is that, of course, prescriptive easement is a legal easement. It's beyond a matter of state law. It really probably comes to us as part of the common law from England. It's an ancient rule. The longer answer, though, is that a prescriptive easement arises when certain conditions are met. Somebody commented on that. And the conditions are the problem, because neighbors don't always agree that the conditions have been met. And those conditions have to do with the type of use, the duration of use, the location of the use. So those are all factual issues that can lead to disputes between neighbors. And that's the thing that we're trying to point out earlier, that we're not able to adjudicate those factual disputes between neighbors.
Has it been permissive?
We mean in the county.
And has it been permissive? Yes, sure.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll take comments from the board now. We'll start down here. Tom, if you'd like.
I'd just like a clarification. Are what you asking us to do today is to just pass a minute order without any further direction to start the hearing process before the Planning Commission? Or are you asking us to give the Planning Commission direction by basically the chair polling the board to see what type of direction the board would like to give? What is before us today?
Either one of those options can be before you. What we had originally envisioned that the board would have some clear idea of where they'd like to head with this, and would craft it in the minute order, and it could go forward to the Planning Commission for public comment. If that isn't going to be available, then the board can adopt a minute.
Let me ask you, what does a 2-week continuance to bring it back to the board when we have a full board, because we do have a board member absent today, does that in any way interfere with the process?
Depends on how you continue it. If you want to continue it as a action item, it would just delay it 2 weeks. If you want to continue it to a study session, then out of the study session...
I think we're going to have plenty of public comments. There was plenty of public comment today that serves the same purpose as the study session. So I'm not, I'm sort of surprised, quite frankly, that the Board of Realtors and the real estate people are trying to slow down the process, because, quite frankly, we have in place the current process, which they're sort of opposed to, and the slower it is, that process just continues. It doesn't go away in the interim. So I think there is some necessity to reach a conclusion here. But quite frankly, for myself, I would like the full board to act on it, number one, and number two, I'd like to talk to staff a little bit about some of the comments before I would give my comments, unless the board wishes to initiate this process today. So that would be my feeling, is this, and then when it comes back, not to reopen the public hearing, but just bring it back for board direction, and then send it to the Planning Commission and start the hearing process there.
Steve?
It seems to me we have some real interesting issues before us, and I share with Tom the concern that we not sort of stay in this kind of purgatory that we've found ourselves in. We keep on kind of listing between pretending we don't have any obligations, and we did that for some time. After originally requiring legal access, we have this big window that all matter of mayhem came through, and now we have consequences. This is a county that is changing. It's growing up. It's evolving. There's more people here. And in my district, where I think a lot of these issues are I've been now schooled for the better part of 10 months on this, and I keep office hours in 2 places each week. And this is the issue that has the most traffic. And there's reason for it. It's the nature of my district. We range from the bordering suburbia to the truly feral. And our history is rich with all kinds of informal agreements, family compounds that got divided, Native American lands that were put in trust and then put out of trust, and many properties that never got through probate, and lots of informal things. We have roads, and then we have roads trailing off into something like driveways. We have long roads going through public lands, BLM and forest lands. We have a lot of places that people travel to get to where they have lived for generations. And many of these don't meet what we now define as legal, or at least they don't have the deed to show for it. However, I do believe we have a history of litigation involving and pretty good definitions of what a prescriptive easement is. And I do believe that's a legal access as well. And without that, I can't see sorting out the inheritance that I've received in my district from both action and non-action in these matters. We have done pretty well over the years, and there haven't been a lot of disputes. But right now, I've got at least 6 roads in profound dispute, one of which is in litigation, and people are suing each other. Several more threatened and probably on the way. These are roads that are historic roads, places where people have lived literally for more than a few decades, in some cases 150 years. Why would we invite pretty neighborly places to wind up in court in relation to each other if there are any other legal options? And so for me, when I look at this, I'm trying to find out, and I do believe that we have an obligation when policies or lack of policies lead us into these kinds of ambiguous moments. I think we have some obligation to try to facilitate resolution. It's not good enough to tell people, well, go out and sue each other, sort it out, and come back to us when you got it done. That just doesn't work. And I'd note that the one neighborhood that's gone to litigation is in tatters. It wasn't that way to begin with, but after facing an adversarial proceeding and coming up with very different conclusions and actually finding out, and here's another one we haven't even talked about today, which is that back in the 1800s, there were some deeded access. there were some things that were deeded. Some of those go through heavily forested, steep terrain that used to be traversable by horse, but provide no great solution to the people who have found other ways to get there by car and use those for the ensuing 40, 50, 80 years. So one's prescriptive, one's deeded. Now let's litigate that question. I'm just not sure we're doing a good service this way, and I would propose a few things to do with it. I see 4 different categories, at least that are trooping through my office hours. The first has to do with what you do with an existing home. What you have a property, you've built on it, it was granted through the county processes, and you want to fix it, or you want to improve it, or you want to expand use based on the zoning code and what permitted activities and buildings are permitted on it. In my view, that requires, or that we should, and we have some moral obligation to grandfather those things, and I support the proposals under capital A through G that were brought to us by Janice as help toward that end. It doesn't accomplish all of the grandfathering things that I think might be included legally, but it certainly begins that process, and I welcome this in the dialogue. Secondly, we have people who are trying to build a new place on an empty lot, but have been traveling there to camp or to visit a cabin for, again, sometimes as much as 3 or 4 generations. Those people have neighbors, and you're driving through their land, and that's been prescriptive for a long time. And it seems to me where those neighbors can agree, and because it's consistent with court rulings related to prescriptive easements, that we should see whether we can find an administrative process. It doesn't require these people to go out and get a deeded access, because it is legal access. And when everybody agrees that it is, there should be some administrative process that we could facilitate to make this a simple transaction. The third situation is a little more complicated, and I got plenty of those. Places where the facts are stipulated. Everybody agrees, we've all been traveling this road for many moons, but the conclusions are different. Somebody wants to put a gate up in the middle of it because they don't like who moved in behind them. Or somebody new comes in and doesn't like the location of a road that goes by their house and they'd like to shut it down. In those cases where the facts are stipulated but the conclusions are different, I also believe that we should try to facilitate at least an information flow so that before people go into court and sue each other, they at least have some common basis, a fact sheet that can define what a prescriptive easement is so that they don't unnecessarily sue each other. That's not that we can dictate an agreement, but it's that we should give the facts necessary for people to make common sense solutions and not take precipitous action based on legal advice, which tends to be conflicting and ultimately benefit lawyers but not neighborhoods. Finally, there's a fourth category, which is where the facts themselves are in dispute. And we have those in a number of, in fact, in one case that came up today. And that's where it's appropriate and right that people go and sue each other to their heart's content and come back with a resolution. Those are the four categories, and almost every single one of these cases comes up into one of the four. I think we need to have as informal but legal, within the bounds of law, approach as possible. Here's what I reject today. I don't think that it's okay to keep on ignoring it. Okay, I think it was right that we figure out some way to define what legal access is and isn't. So for me, it's not a good start to say that we should just pretend that these kinds of issues aren't before us. I agree, and I want to go through several responses to people. I believe Mr. Segala, who we sometimes have differences of opinion, but he nailed it when he said litigation is a waste in most circumstances. George Marco talked about abandoned roads, and I think that that's another indication that this county has a responsibility. We can't just abandon things and then say, oh, okay, folks, you're on your own. When we've created access issues, we have, again, as I said, some obligation to deal with it. Joe Dean spoke of the BLM accesses. I believe it's a legal access when you have got your use permit through BLM or forestry, and I think we need to recognize those things in order to, and should not require anything beyond that. That's an issue between people and their governments, not this one. And we should recognize those vehicles that have been provided for people in both BLM and U.S. Forest Service. I very much appreciated Joe Kelly's question. How do we help settle the complicated issues we face with implementation of legal access definitions? That's the nubs of it. What do we do? What can we achieve together to provide the simplest, most common sense, and yet legal basis for conducting business and transactions in this community? And how can we keep it from being its maximum conflictive mess? That's the issue before us, and so I'd like to propose. I certainly have lots of thoughts on this, but recognize after today's discussion that we need a process to bring stakeholders, and I don't mean just one group or another. There are real differences between those arguing property rights and those arguing development rights, and those are in conflict. These are basic rights that people assume. How do we reconcile them is the issue before us, and I would like to see a truly representative group try to go at this within the framework of what I've just discussed. How much can we do administratively, simply, and without conflict? What are the different categories that we need to address? And what are the processes by which we can get to a civilized resolution of the moving from an informal set of arrangements over the last century and a half to fulfill legal requirements that are upon us today? To me, that's the issue before us, so I would suggest, and I don't know how others feel about this, but that we try to encourage that dialogue by formalizing a committee to quickly review this. I'm the guy who pushed this date, by the way, because I thought maybe we could act after a number of months without it, and I feel the pressure, I feel the issues from my constituency, and I want to see something fast. So I'm not talking about delaying this long. But I'd like to see the stakeholders assemble. I'd like to see whatever recommendations can be consensus out of that. I'd like to take it back to one board, just one board study session, but not one without the possibility of action. So agendizing it in a study session form with an action potential is something that I think we should try. And finally, I would hope that this would go back to the Planning Commission for action there and back to us. So that's the evolution I'd like to see, and I'd like to see it within the next couple of months be concluded. Too many issues, too much pain, too much ambiguity, and too much litigation stemming from unresolved issues.
Okay. Hey, Russ.
Supervisor Walensky, how would you feel about having that the study, well, the joint, the stakeholders group get together much the same way that they did about the property line issues, and then after they have gotten some consensus, have a study session that would be a joint study session? Since the Planning Commission is going to be hearing this, why make them go through the hearing without having some background on it?
I think that's a great idea, and I do support those kind of, when speed is important, I think combining the educational part of this is a good idea.
Okay, but I don't think that, I mean, we had a number of people come forward and say we need more study sessions on this. I don't think that it is necessary or prudent to do that without having some consensus about what the potential solutions are, and we can kind of weigh those. I personally like the flip a coin solution. That would be one option, but this is far too serious to do that, I suppose. I don't think that we can entertain the suggestions that some people have made that just remove it and it'll solve the problems, because we saw a lot of testimony here today.
I support the decision to delay a decision 2 weeks because of our colleague, Supervisor Callaway. I think this should go to go to the full Board of Supervisors, which ought to be interesting since there's 4 of us here, and they always say it's a 3-vote world, and that's going to be very interesting in a moment or two. And understand there's still some of the folks in the audience that I believe may not understand what today's decision was supposed to be, which was simply trying to get this process moving. And I am for getting it moving as quickly as possible. Given that, I would like to delay it 2 weeks. That's the time it takes to get on the budget, only for respect for Supervisor Callaway. During that 2 weeks, perhaps discussions between board, staff, and stakeholders will take place. And I agree with Supervisor Tryon, we don't need to have this level of comment. With the comments that you have all made have been taken very seriously, recorded. We'll try to come up with answers to those. But I am in favor of taking this vote to move this forward in 2 weeks, and I support that. I support moving this forward because that starts the public hearing process. And we've been going on and on. I think it was mentioned, I've forgotten, but last October we started this. And it really does need resolution. It needs resolution. So,
Mr. Chair, then, I would move for a 2-week continuance of item 19, which is the minute order, to allow the board to give, not to reopen public comments, but merely to allow the board to give direction as to how they would like to proceed.
Would you consider it a friendly amendment to this to encourage staff to meet with stakeholders in the interim and try to achieve some consensus on at least some of these issues?
Okay, I mean, that's fine, but quite frankly, we've been 10 months. I've met with lots of stakeholders. I've met with Thule twice, and the building directors from the Building Association once. I've met with some realtors or had conversations with realtors, et cetera. So, I think the issues are pretty well defined. I think it's up to the board to make a decision. I don't think having lots more meetings or lots more study sessions is going to change the context of the decision that's going to be faced by the board. So I think at some point now, and I would encourage not just staff, but if you guys are undecided, you should go out and meet with stakeholders. I mean, it's going to come down to a board decision. But quite frankly, I think the issue is fairly well defined, and I don't see the definition of that decision changing because of additional meetings. So I think the board needs to make some decisions and send this thing forward. So,
but you're okay with that, Tom?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, I am too.
Meet with staff. I mean, you can always meet with staff.
Just remember
prior to a meeting of the Board of Supervisors.
Just remember, that's fine, but there's going to be multiple additional opportunities for public input. There'll be at least 2 more public hearings, and so this is simply going to, should this pass 2 weeks from today, This is simply to start the process for that. And unless we start that process, we're going to be doing this for another 10 months or 8 months, or whatever. So,
Mr. Chairman, if I could just, before you take the vote, ask if it would be okay to address your issues. Perhaps we can set up a meeting next week. It'll be short notice, but we'd want to do it before the 2-week time period. We can put it on our website to let everybody know once we find a meeting location. Just probably pick a Wednesday afternoon. That worked out great for other stakeholder group. There were a lot of realtors and contractors involved in that. If we can find a location, and maybe what we can do is actually come up with a matrix of what the options are and the pros and cons of each for you to take a look at, and break into some groups at that meeting where people can make notes and come up with some ideas, so that we don't actually, I suspect we won't be able to find consensus still, because I'm not real clear where the board's going to head with it, but at least that way we're doing some progress and we're outlining what the pros and cons are of each issue for you when we come back in 2 weeks.
And as I misunderstood what the board said, board members have said, it's my understanding that I think all four of us are saying there is going to be a legal access requirement. The question is, what does that look like?
Okay,
it's not that we're not going to have a legal access requirement. Am I misunderstanding what yours and Russ's comments were?
Nope.
So, you can take the idea that we're not going to have one, I don't think is on the table.
Okay.
Is that correct, Bill?
that's correct.
Okay, and that's correct for my
The big issue here is the definition.
Yeah, it's just how we define it and what we include or
Zoning code
exclude
is
or
either
whatever.
too
but-
inclusive or too ambiguous. We just need to.
I think that's the issue before.
And if I might add, for me, the issue is also how we handle this administratively and how we try to keep it as low intensity conflict as possible. So what our protocols and processes are as important to me as our legal definitions.
Okay, you all right with this?
Yes.
Okay, so the decision is to revisit this in 2 weeks. In the meantime, the Community Development Agency will publish the invitation for a stakeholders meeting. Is that correct, Stephanie?
Yes, we will.
And in 2 weeks' time, we'll come back and vote on this identical issue. And if that passes at that time, if that minute order passes, then we will start the process of bringing the issue to the Planning Commission for a public hearing and getting on with this. So is that okay with you?
Yes.
Board here. Okay, that is the direction then. And
Chairman, can I have permission?
yes.
If we're not going to be discussing this again next time, is it okay if we all call Supervisor Callaway when she gets back?
Absolutely.
I strongly encourage you to do so, Michael.
Would you like her cell phone? Okay, folks, thank you very much for coming in, for participating.
Hey, Al. Oh, boy, stand up.
Okay, we only got 4 other items.
I know, I'm going to...
Take a 5 minute.
We still have something more?
Yeah, we have 4 then.
It indeed is.
All right, to bring the meeting back to order here. We're going to go out of order a little bit because we've had some folks waiting quite a while. Item 19C, which is the discussion of possible action regarding contract award with Moss, Levy, and Hartzheim for annual audit services for fiscal year 2008, 2009, and 2010, as recommended by the Colorado County Grand Jury.
Okay. Excuse me. Thank you, Bill. This item comes to you under County Administrative Office letterhead. The County Administrative Office functions both as the purchasing agent for the county, but also works with the grand jury in performing a number of their functions. The grand jury recently went out and solicited proposals for audit services as demonstrated in the attachments that I've given you. Representatives are here from the grand jury. Their recommendation has been that we award to the low bid proposal, which is Moss, Levy, and Hartzheim. Our auditor controller is also here, and she has a few comments to make. In research with county council and with the presiding judge of the courts, we have been told, our office has been told, that this is a decision that lies within the purview of your board to retain the firm as per the grand jury recommendations. So I would suggest that you take testimony from the grand jury and the auditor controller, and then proceed forthwith.
But historically, what have we done here? Doesn't the grand jury auditor and the county auditor or audit team, aren't they usually one and the same firm?
Yes, they are one and the same firm.
And that's what you're recommending again this year?
No, the present firm is not the low bid for the next proposal.
But you still want the same firm to do both the county and the grand jury audit?
I believe that's correct, yes. And this is actually for next year. It's not for the current year. For the current year,
and the grand jury's making a pitch about why we should switch firms?
That's correct, based on the proposals. So this firm would actually start their work in June of 2008.
Was this the low bid firm, or is this a higher bid firm than our current firm, but they want to make the switch just so we don't get in a rut with the same firm making the same mistakes?
I'll let the grand jury talk to that, but it is significantly lower.
Okay.
This bid is.
Correct.
Okay, we'll hear testimony from the grand jury representative now.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm Mike Garland, pro tem, grand jury. The foreman, Gary Toffanelli, couldn't be here. He has business in Fresno and asked me to speak for him. Beside me is Tom Haslick, who is chairman of the audit committee and has a lot of information should you have further questions.
Before you leave the podium, would each of you please also sign in? Thank you.
One of the functions of the grand jury is to hire the auditor to do the county, the outside auditor to do the county's books. It's historically been both this county's function and the function of many other grand juries throughout the state to perform this duty. We requested from the county auditor controller a list of recommendations of firms to sign out an RFP last fall. And from the list of 6 that she sent us, we received 2 replies. One from a firm called Moss, Lee, Hartman, MLH, and one from a firm called BB&R, Bartik, Bassler, and Ray, who is our current auditors. The audit for 2008, we requested 3 one-year renewable contracts, ending in 2008, 2009, and 2010. We are presenting this to you now because we feel that it needs to be in your budget for the next term. And the budget amount for next year for MLH was $44,865, and the proposed amount from BB&R was $69,000. This is and they're proportionately increased over the 3-year term. MLH increases from $44,000 to $47,000 at the end of the term, and BB&R goes from $69,000 to $80,000 at the end of the 3-year term. There's a 31% difference in cost. It has been pointed out to the grand jury that the MLH, the firm, Moss, Levy & Harvey, has never done a county audit, but they have done audits of a large number of municipalities and special districts, including they're currently doing the Calaveras Unified School District audit, and some of the cities they have done are easily double in size of the current county. For example, Whittier, Campbell, Bellflower, and Tracy have much larger populations than we do. All of these cities have local government state grants, and they are a firm that has a very good reputation. Tom called and a number of references, half a dozen references, and found no bad comments, and that they were all, let me see, they all had very good references, good follow-up, and so it's our recommendation that the board adopts the best qualified bid, which is, or the lowest bid, MLH, and saving the county $100,000, about approximately $100,000 over the 3-year term. Tom, was there anything else you had?
I should point out one thing. If you're looking at the bids from Moss, Levy, and Hartsheim, the original bid was I believe around in the neighborhood of $54,000. Now, that was based on 800 hours of audit time. I spoke with Robert Moss, the managing partner, and told him our present CPA bases their prices on a 515-hour audit time. So Moss was willing to lower his audit estimate to 600 hours. That's why then that would bring it to the 44,000. So that's why there's two bids in there. One was 44,000, one is I think 54,000.
Right.
So don't pay attention to that first one that shows 800 hours. That's been revised.
Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, do you have any comments?
Good afternoon, Linda Churches, Auditor Controller. I do have a few comments regarding the entire process and difference in auditors and the concepts. One, some of my staff and I just returned last week from the Government Finance Officers Association conference, and one of the topics that they discussed quite a bit was external auditors, and most people really do not refer to them as grand jury auditors. In our county, we have let the grand jury in the past recommend an auditor. The Board of Supervisors is the board that is directed to audit the county. The grand jury is directed to investigate the county. And investigating, their investigation has typically been to have the outside audit do or suffice for their investigation for the books and records of the county officials. Anyway, in the GFOA, they were stating, right after the Arthur Anderson and the Enron debacle about 6 years ago or so, there was this huge outcry on the switching of auditors, and it was, well, everyone's been using the same auditors too long, so they recommended at that time that everyone switch auditors every 3 years. And now, after the fallout of everyone switching auditors and switching again, they have gone back and they have thought of the entire process, and now they're saying never to switch under 5 years. And they're actually recommending that it be closer to 10 years. You have a lot of time invested in an outside independent auditor that comes in to look at your books. We are a lot more complicated. It doesn't matter what size of your population. The counties do have substantially different issues. Cities do not have the welfare, CalWorks, property taxes, and a lot of the complicated issues that a county has. So we are a lot different than a city. And I did want to point out, some of the benefits that we have enjoyed with our current auditors, which is BB&R. They actually spent a week at BITEC in Chico to learn our financial system so they could better serve us. Their interest is to not just audit us, but to help us be the best that we can be. And I have attributed a lot of credit to Bartek, Bassler, and Ray in just the fact that we have received the GFOA award after they became our auditors, and they do assist us a lot in that.
I also wanted to point out that one thing that is not included, or I would assume is not included in the new proposed contract, is consulting. With Bardick, Basler, and Ray, they are at our beck and call. Whenever we need anything at any time, they give us their cell numbers. And they do not only just respond to us over the phone, they will do research and they get it to us almost immediately. They have been absolutely phenomenal to work with. We had an auditor in the past that was not quite that way, and every time we had an issue, we would call them up and they would say, well, you know, you guys don't have a consulting contract with us, we just do your audit. So, you know, that's a huge difference. And a lot of what we do, there's always new laws, there's new ways to do things, and we're always bouncing ideas off Bardick, Basler, and Ray. And we will call them and say, well, what are other counties doing with this situation? And Bardick, Basler, and Ray audits 13, 15, 17, whatever it is, California counties. So they know what the other counties are doing. So their input to me is extremely valuable. It would be disheartening to have to, you know, go through a process where they don't know what other counties are doing in the road department. They don't know what they're doing with the community services or what issues the IHSS and CalWorks has had. You know, someone that has audited, you know, like Copper Cemetery is totally different than auditing the entire county. And another thing that I wanted to point out, Jane here, who does our CAFR, brought you know, her training manual. And a couple of years ago, we purchased a software system called Go System. And this is something that our current auditors use. And it took us a substantial amount of time to set up this new system. And it feeds the information from Vitech, our current financial system, into the Go system. And our auditors use the Go system, and now we're communicating on one platform and one set of financial information. So if the auditors post an adjusting journal entry, it goes right into the Go system. If we post something, it goes into the Go system. So all our records are the exact same. And then one step further beyond that, we use the Go system to actually print our financial statement. And I think in the past I've kind of demonstrated, this says comprehensive on the title, and that's because that is what this is. It is a comprehensive report. And Jane could even attest to the fact, previous to having the Go system, because the report is so detailed and so complicated, anytime you make, you think you're done, you have all these schedules, and then there's one more journal entry. Well, then you go in and you try to post it on page 55, then you have to make sure you carry it back to page 15 and page 2 and 1. You think you're all done, well, then there's another journal entry. And as you can tell, it's a super time-intensive task, and it saves staff an enormous amount of time to use the system that we dedicated a lot of time to establish, assuming that the auditors were performing at a super high level. We were very satisfied with their work. We invested a lot of time and effort to work with them. We purchased this system. It's been implemented. It works excellent. And it's like pulling the rug out from under us to want us to start with a firm that has never even done a county's audit. I wanted to point out one thing. I realize, you know, Moss Levy is a big company also, and they audit cities, and they probably have good references to the grand jury auditors. I'd like to point out that I have received nothing but complaints from the special districts. When I gave the grand jury auditors a list of people to send their RF to, or companies to send the RFP to, I get requests from outside firms that request to me, say, please add us to the list whenever you guys go out to bid again, and I just flop them into the list. And at that point, I had really not had very much feedback about Moss Levy. But at this point, I am almost assured that every special district in this county that has used Moss Levy did not re-engage them. One special district, I don't know if it was Angels, Vets, or one of them, they were so upset that they called me and said it had been over a year, the audit was over a year late, and they still had not prepared the audit. So we do have a little bit of personal experience on the special district side of it. And we could actually, survey the special districts, if you would put this off for a short period of time, we could do a little bit more comprehensive survey and maybe get the board a little more information on, the satisfaction in our county with this company. And I think that's just about it. Did you have anything you'd like to add or that I missed?
No, you just covered it pretty well. I believe you said I was going to say, anyway, and also this system the system that we use also is reconciles all the time. Everything's always in balance. If you're we're constantly changing, making corrections, adjusting journal entries, and it will. You put in one figure, like she was saying, it goes to several worksheets, and it keeps everything balanced at all times. And it really saves a lot of time. Prior to getting this system and working with Bardic Baskin, I used to manually do all the worksheets, and it took hours, weeks, just to balance it out, just to, because you changed something here and it changed there, and so anyway, so this system that she was saying is people lose it. So.
Okay, so your recommendation is we keep our current accounting.
Yes, that's our recommendation.
Just a quick question for the grand jury. Are you basing your recommendation strictly on price, or do you have other quality considerations?
We, the grand jury did contact a number of special districts, and not one of the special districts we contacted had a negative reference. We picked them at random.
Okay, but is your recommendation to this board?
And our recommendation is basically on price, that it saves $100,000 over the course of the contract, and that the firm itself is a large firm. And regarding the use of software, the Bitech software and the Go software, neither are proprietary. They are used widely. And I have little doubt in my mind, I could easily get this confirmation, is that they not only probably use it, but will be able to be trained in the use of it. Bitech is used industry-wide, from what I understand and what I've learned over my service in the grand jury for the last couple of years.
Thank you.
Anything else, Tom?
Yes. I believe the only special district audited by MLH is the Calaveras County Unified School District, and that's a new audit. I don't believe there are any special districts in Calaveras County that are audited by Moss Levy and Hartsheim. I did check with some other counties. For instance, Amador County, with a population of 38,000, they do use BB&R, but they put that out to bid every 4 years. And there are very few bids in most of the counties that I check with that are coming back from CPA firms that really want to be involved in government accounting. Because so many changes, like Ms. Church has said about the Enron fiasco, CPAs are just swamped with liability anymore. We did have an adjustment. Oh, the other counties were Butte County, who uses BB&R as well, and they are 77,000 population. They put to bid every 3 years. Colorado County, $176,000. I couldn't get a hold of those people. Mariposa County, $18,000. They bid every 4 years. They use Smith and Newell in Yuba City. So not everyone uses BB&R, and then the churches says they audit 15 or 17 counties, but we have 58 counties. I checked with Los Angeles County, and they don't audit the entire county. They audit several districts, like, for instance, county sanitation districts there, and there are 25 of those. I spoke with the person in charge of accounting there, and he is also a GFOA holder, and I believe he was the organizer of the conference. I checked with their recommendations are that Moss Levy and Harsheim is organized, efficient, timely. They are highly recommended. There are consistent staffing, unlike many large CPA firms, which sends in a new crew almost every year. The Department of Community and Senior Services, they are very efficient, timely, and a good customer service. I checked with various of these departments as far as their standby consulting, help, telephone type conferencing. They do that. Although in LA County, in most of the county departments there, these departments don't really check with their CPA firm. I guess they have the in-house expertise within the county itself. So they don't really use that. So I really couldn't say whether Moss Levy and Harsheim, although I did check with them, and they said they do provide that, within reason, until it becomes burdensome and they might start charging if it got excessive. But all of these departments in LA County, and some of them have been used for 10 years. We've used BB&R here in Calaveras for 6 years. And, the feeling of the grand jury is, time for fresh eyes. And how we would justify cost of this audit, cost of this coming audit. The price contracted is $36,400 for this year, fiscal year 07. Fiscal year 08, it will be $74,000, which is, it's quite a hike for county residents and taxpayers. That's really all I have.
Any further comments? Bring it back. Lynn?
I apologize for being late getting back, so I didn't hear the first discussion. And of course, I'm Lynette Norfolk, Calaveras County Treasurer, Tax Collector again. My concern from reading the proposal that Mr. Mitchell gave us was that, again, pardon me, because this may have been covered in Linda's presentation or someone's presentation, but my concern is having to train on county audit processes, because there are two different things. Audit is one thing, and I don't think any of our departments have a lot of that extra time. So I just, looking through their proposals, even on some of the things that we deal with in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, they mentioned only the transient occupancy tax. What about business licenses? What about other things that we do, the types of taxes we collect and things like that? So I have my concerns on that, so for what it's worth.
I should say that
That neither proposal addressed those concerns.
I'm sorry?
I believe you said that neither proposal addressed those concerns. Okay, are there any comments by board members?
I would just like to ask the administrative office if they have a recommendation.
Well, we did have some healthy discussions with the grand jury. We independently checked the references. Checking references on firms is like checking employee references. Most people won't put anything in writing because of all of the legalities involved and so forth. So I think the opinions were varied that we got back from the firms that our office surveyed. I think the grand jury has thoroughly researched the issue. It really is a call that your board needs to make, that whether or not your board would like to change auditors and the savings that are in there. Our only caution is that, as it is with any bid that you get, sometimes the low bid doesn't necessarily gain you what you're looking for, and it does generate additional costs. But that's a concern whether it's a construction contract or whether it's a services contract. But I think the grand jury has spent an awful lot of time discussing this issue, from my understanding, and I think they're convinced and that their recommendation should stand to the board that this firm can perform for the county.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Linda, I heard reference to the fact that this year's audit is costing upwards of $36,000, but next year is proposed to be $70,000 with your current firm.
This year's contract, the ending contract with BB&R is $36,700, I believe, and they are proposing the next year to be $69,000. That's the current proposal as standard BB&R.
And in 3 years, they'll be to 80,000, is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, for my take on this, I want to, all things being equal, I'd like to go for the cheaper version, but it doesn't appear that this is an equal situation. I'm just wondering how unequal. It's really hard for me to judge, from what I've heard, exactly the difference between the products. For instance, I note that it appears that the new firm has experience in several counties doing departments that are larger than 5 of our counties, LA and San Diego. I don't know whether that's equivalent experience or relevant to this or not. I'd be also interested to know, people have referred to mixed results, but that doesn't help at all. That's no guide. I want to know what the complaints are. Have we had problems with the current? Is there a dissatisfaction? Is there some basis for dissatisfaction? And what others say about both firms. It just seems that we don't have the necessary facts before us to be able to distinguish whether there's a $31,000 difference in quality or product between these. I'd sure like, before voting, to know.
That would be helpful. I'm curious to know why is there a reason this had to be an addendum here? We didn't get this until 10 minutes to 9 this morning.
Actually, we sent that all out last week, and I was going to poll your board to see if all the addendums we sent out, if you're actually receiving those, because some of the documents I get kicked back once in a while that your mailboxes are full or that the size of the document is too big. So if that happened, I apologize. The reason it was done as an addendum is this time of year, typically we're trying to wrap up all of the work for the year, so it's not unusual. The last 2 weeks we see a lot of addendums, but in this particular case, the current grand jury has completed their tasks. So it was something that their request was that we hear this item and get it resolved before their tenure as the grand jury is over with, because it is their recommendation. Come July 1st, there will be a new grand jury, and that new grand jury would then have to revisit all of these issues again. So we thought we would discuss it today, and if there was any issues, then possibly it might continue for 1 week, but we were hopeful that we could get a decision while the current grand jury was still around before the new one takes over.
So if we were to continue this for a week, what could we accomplish in that week?
And that would be,
Well, for one, I would certainly pay a visit to a number of offices here and get some detail. I would also want to call people I know in other counties and see how they've been experiencing these firms. But and actually, I would hope staff would do that for us. But
I think they kind of have. I mean, Tom basically said that's what they did.
because this firm has not audited what we would say an entire county, that you can't call and get references and how well did you do auditing the entire county. They certainly have audited pieces of very large counties, but to deal with all of the activities of a single county, there isn't anybody we can really verify, can they accomplish that task?
did we ask San Diego and Los Angeles how they did on those pieces?
Yes. I believe the grand jury did, yes.
And would you like me to read those responses?
No, that's,
Well, actually, I don't know whether this is the right forum, but I'd sure like to hear some.
I have them, I do have them here, but I was hoping to spare you that going through those. Tom contacted the
Give us an
county
executive
sanitation.
summary, please.
Yeah.
Tom contacted the county sanitation districts, 25 districts, Mr. Tom Mueller, and his assessment of Moss Levy and Hartsheim was that they are organized, efficient, and timely, consistent staffing, unlike larger CPA firms, and highly recommended, will be hired. The Department of Community Services, another part of LA, Tom talked with Bill Evans, very efficient, timely, good customer service, good standby consultation service, which is, although rarely used by LA County, highly recommended. The 3A programs fiscal monitoring, Roberto Sanchez, very professional, cooperative, and supportive. Little call for standby, very good relationship, would rehire. Department of Public Social Services, very effective, professional and efficient, good customer service, never use standby. Though MLH could be a little impatient when due dates pass or requests for info delayed. But that's really on our end of it, to provide them with the data they need. So I didn't take that as a black mark against them. They follow up.
Did you have any negative comments?
No, we did
Not from LA
We
County.
did not receive any negative comments, either from the state controller's office, who gives them clear, their license has a clear on it, which means, and they can't advertise that in their proposal unless that is in fact the case.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I do have a written statement from the state controller's office that their record is clear of any complaints or what's the term? Well, it's basically complaints against the CPA firm. And that came from the, specifically from the Financial Audits Bureau of the State Controller's Office. Now, to answer your question about other counties, I did contact Amador, Butte, El Dorado, Humboldt, Mariposa, Merced, Mono County, San Luis Obispo, Tuolumne County. And just to see who they use, how often they put these things out to bid, and I read you several of those before. If you want to hear some more of those, we can do that.
Most of those were for BB&R, and they were all positive.
In the case of Butte County, they put their bid out every 3 years, and the last time they put it out to bid, they put out 23 requests for proposals, and they got 2 bids. So like I say, these counties, the CPA firms are just not willing to audit counties anymore, so I don't know how much good it would put these things out to bid again. And we did about 6 bids. I don't know how many more responses we could get.
Linda, how many years have we had our current firm?
I think, isn't this just the 5th year?
Okay.
So the new contract would be for years 6 through 8.
Well, Tom, does your office have a recommendation?
It's actually, yeah, if you continued with the same contract, you'd be basically giving BBR a contract for 9 years in the county. So that's a long time to retain one firm.
The difference is $100,000.
The difference we're really looking is $100,000. I mean, our office preaches all the time to departments that, don't get so caught up on who you've always done business with. This is why we have an open bid process, and everybody has certain firms that they like to do business with and certain conveniences. But there is a bid process, and there has to be significant reasons typically why we would not award to a low bidder. I would tell you in the construction side, which I'm most familiar with, it is extremely difficult to disqualify a bidder from a construction job. It's rarely done, no matter how badly they work. You've got to do your homework up front, and you've got to make sure that the firm that you're engaging has the capabilities to do what you're doing. And we have had those discussions with the grand jury, and they feel very strongly that this firm can do the job, as Linda feels very strongly that BB&R should be retained. I think the questions in my mind has to do with if the ghost software is an issue, and if the grand jury is correct and it's not proprietary, and the new firm can use the ghost software, I think that puts things in a more equal playing field. And the BITEC system also has some potential enhancements we're going to be looking at hopefully this year. So I think if you take all of those different things out of the equation, what it's really getting down to is you're weighing the $100,000 savings over the next 3 years with the potential for additional staff costs in order to perform the audit. That's just a judgment call that you sometimes have to make.
Well, I tend to agree with you, Tom, because on this issue, because I can hear the reason for retaining BB&R is because obviously you work well with them and you're comfortable with them. But when you have an open bid process, which is, I'm assuming, a requirement, the whole point of that is for people to have a competitive bid. And I don't see any evidence that this company has any negative comments or has a bad record, or within the next 2 or 3 years you might have the same relationship with them that you have with BB&R. We don't know. It's like, to me, it's kind of like findings when you want a variance or something. I don't see the reason for not going with a low bid, other than I understand you have a good working relationship with BB&R. I'm not so sure you won't establish one with the new firm. So the $100,000 is a chunk of change. That's how I feel about it. Chris, how do you feel?
Would you feel any better about them if we gave you the $30,000 to your department?
I think maybe this question might be for Jim, because it sounds like the firm that bid came back and reduced their bid.
Because we lowered the hours that we take to do the hours.
Who lowered the hours?
Because our current CPA takes 500 hours, and they bid it at 800 hours. So they turn around and said, rather than just saying 500 hours, our current CPA is 600 hours. That's what they bid based on. We have to not leave the art and bid based on 600 hours.
So that firm knew how many hours that BB&R estimated they spend to do the audit?
515 hours is what BB&R claimed.
So that's what they claimed. Anyway, I was just curious if if this company comes and they get into it and they decide, well, it really does take a lot more effort to do an entire county, and we're really not happy with the amount, and can then they try to amend the contract to raise the fee up in the second year when we're sucked in to the savings?
The contract is a one-year contract, renewable at 3 years. The option of the county to cancel it with 30 days notice.
So they
Okay, that was one of my questions. Okay, you answered that. And I'm sure they would have the right also.
Either party, probably.
Only the county has the option.
Only the town.
Is that the question?
It's easy to do.
I haven't seen the contract, but I assume it requires that they perform pursuant to their bid, that they would not have an option to come back and demand additional hours.
Correct. Can I try and clarify the difference, too, on the hours in the contract? One of the reasons that Moss Levy Hartside decided to reduce the hours and match the proposal is that Calaveras County, unlike some others, prepares its own financial statements, and correct me if I'm wrong. And that enables, from what Tom has told me, that enables an auditor to, they audit the prepared financial statements as opposed to having to go to the extra effort and time of preparing those that have already been prepared. And that is one of the reasons that I think that they lowered and tried to match the bid.
So they have, PB&R has it at 600 or 500?
500.
And this other firm is at 600?
I don't, when you deal in the world of bids, I mean, I think what you're seeing is a willingness to negotiate. I think that if I had to read the tea leaves, I would say Moss Levy would like to have us as a client, and that would help them acquire other clients. So obviously, they're willing to negotiate the amount of billable hours. Doesn't mean they won't put in the hours, but it's the amount of billable hours. I think you're seeing a reduction in here in order to acquire the contract. It's not unusual that sometimes firms lower their bid to get you as a customer.
Okay, are there any more comments or questions?
No, I think we need to vote.
Okay, well, we will have, I'll entertain either a motion to, I'm looking for my agenda sheet, but I can't find it. Is there a motion to, I mean, addendum one. Is there a motion to accept the recommendation of the grand jury or not?
First of all, I'd like to thank the gentleman from the grand jury for not only this effort, but the effort that you put forth for the whole year. I think it's in many ways a kind of a thankless job, kind of like being a county supervisor, I would suspect. But I hope that I'm not going to live to regret this motion, but I think that we're headed into what's going to be a painful budget year, a lot of painful decisions, and because I come from an environment where you had to put your best bid, the low bid, you had to get your best bid in, you only have one time to do it. I can't see staying with a firm that's going to cost us $100,000 more, so I would move that we take the grand jury's recommendation to transfer the outside audit to this firm of Moss Levy Hartside.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries on a 4-0-1.
Thank you.
Dennis. Which one? The Corrections Rehabilitation Partners? Yeah.
Ready? I just killed that first.
We're going to go on to item number 19A, minute order approving decision of the sheriff to recommend the Board of Supervisors sign agreement with the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to partner together to resolve jail and prison overcrowding and the development of reentry facilities. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Thank you for putting this on. I have to be meeting on this at 3 o'clock with a couple other sheriffs. I appreciate Tom for pushing this forward, but this is a non-binding agreement with the state that allows us to really talk about the process. What it also does is if we're working with the state on re-entry facilities, it gives us extra points in our grant process that we're looking for local jail construction. What I'm doing at 3 o'clock is meeting with the Amador County Sheriff and the San Joaquin County Sheriff about a regional re-entry facility, which could benefit all 3 counties, and the state is encouraging us to move that way. This, in fact, doesn't bind you to anything other than allowing us to have discussions.
In the interest of getting the sheriff there on time, I move the minute order.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Get out of here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis.
Okay. Item number 19B, resolution approving the amendment contract with Mead and Hunt in the amount of $47,000 for additional work on Calaveras County Airport Hangar Taxiway project, subject to FAA approval. Mr. Mitchell.
Actually, this kind of follows the next item, the FAA. Well, I'll do both of them at the same time, if that's okay with the board.
That's fine. That would be item 19D, which is the Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program grant acceptance for Calaveras County Airport in the amount of $800,080.
Thank you. And I'm sure you remember our discussions over the last couple of months, and we recently opened bids. The low bid was Granite Construction to perform the work at the airport. We did not have sufficient funds to award that contract, which we knew going into it. That was a tactical decision that we made based on the relationship with our airport manager and the FAA and our consultant. We were able to get a tentative grant offer from the FAA within about 2 days after the bid opening, which is just an indication of the confidence that the FAA has in the local team that we have working on this project, and also our consultant. So the one item of the $800,000 is really about your board authorizing the county administrative officer to sign that grant offer. It has to be signed by the 20th, which is tomorrow, which is why we made it an addendum, because it had to be signed by tomorrow at the latest. So with your board's approval on that one, when you're ready, that gives us the authorization to move forward. The Mead and Hunt contract will carry us through the construction inspection and the work with the local engineer. We do have proposals. There will be a full-time inspector on the job, as well as a soils firm that will also be engaging in the next couple of weeks. So you'll see a number of items over the next few weeks, including a grant offer, a construction award to Granite Construction, and then we'll finally be able to move forward with this very complex project. So,
is there any local match to this?
Kathy Zaccanella is here, our airport manager. This particular grant is a 95% grant. The other 5% is a combination of state and local funds. We do not, Kathy has applied with the state for the state's matching portion of that. I think I mentioned in the letter, if my memory serves me correctly, the 5% state and local would account somewhere approximately $42,000 of this $800,000. So that's a yet to be determined number as Kathy and I negotiate with the State Aeronautics Group on what that share will be. But Kathy has sufficient funds in her airport budget in a worst case scenario.
Okay, any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would move then that we approve items 19B and 19D as presented and recommended by staff.
Okay. Second. Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy. What did you do today? Listen, real quickly, let's go over the board items here. Supervisor Tryon?
I will be attending RCRC tomorrow and Thursday, back in county late Thursday night. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Steve.
Tomorrow I have the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. Today I've got the Calaveras Child Care Council. And I think that's it.
Okay. Russ?
With Steve's permission, tomorrow morning I have to go up to West Point to go on a timber harvest tour. So.
Take your chainsaw with you.
You have my encouragement, but this is a very tough terrain, and I advise some heavy hiking boots and some serious gear. You're going through poison oak and lots of brambles.
Snake
Bring
boots.
a chainsaw with you, Russ.
Okay, all right. And also, we have, in conjunction with our general plan effort, on Thursday night, I want to remind people that there is a meeting scheduled at the Valley Springs Elementary School, starting at 6 to 8. And then we've scheduled an unusual Saturday meeting at the Jenny Lind Elementary School, starting at 10, going till 12. Mentor associates are going to be at both sessions. That's it.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. We're going to go into closed session.
Do you have any comments, Bill?
Oh, I forgot.
How about
No, because I have,
Tom
I'm going to, well, you've been pushing.
You're hungry too.
You're pushing me to hurry, so I'm hurrying. No, I will be at this same Calaveras Mariposa Community Action meeting tomorrow with Supervisor Walensky. That's it. Mr. Mitchell.
This Thursday, we have Emergency Medical Oversight Committee is meeting. I believe it's a standing meeting at CalWorks. So those of you that aren't going to the general plan meeting, of course, are always invited. It will be my last, I will continue to be the board's representative, but we're selecting a new chair on Thursday. And I think probably the most interesting discussion we'll have Thursday night is, I think we have some concerns as a committee about the response times of the ambulances and whether or not they're meeting the contractual. So if anyone has time, would like to join us in that discussion, you're welcome to attend.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Nothing to report.
Madeline? Steve, you had something else?
Yes, I neglected to mention on Saturday last, the Troop 348 held an Eagle Court, and the 25th West Point youth was achieved the rank of Eagle Scout, which I believe is, if not the national record, darn close to it for a town of its size. It's something we might prepare a recognition.
You probably
plan.
achieved that because, and you have 25 of them out there because they're the only group that can get the chainsaw merit badge.
Yes,
actually,
I believe that's true.